Chapter 722. Lu Cheng's situation. Wang Wei calmly looked at everything that occurred. He planned an attack on 3,000 locations, 2,000 from public shops and the rest from mines or unique resource spots. Wang Wei did not choose anymore because the chance of the Spirit Genesis sect detecting something and interfering increased. After the plan began, his cautions proved correct. Only 1,800 attacks on public shops succeeded, and a few of 300 of the special resources locations succeeded. As for the others, the Spirit Genesis sect detected something and prevented the attackers from succeeding. Per Wang Wei's instructions or meticulous planning, none of the attackers survived, so the sect could not find any information. This is just the beginning. The next step is for you people to squirm, thought Wang Wei with a sneer, as he could predict the Spirit Genesis sect's next step. They will suspect the Tao opening sect has a secret force in their world and even infiltrates their home base. So they will do a rapid internal cleanup, capturing and killing countless foreign faction spies. However, things will become interesting after not finding any connection to the Tao opening sect. They will become suspicious and even kill many of their own disciples. As long as there are any suspicions, the disciples will be either severely interrogated or killed. Unfortunately, they will still not discover anything. Typically, ordinary people should give up. However, intelligent people often have a problem. They think too much. And that's when things will become interesting. The Spirit Genesis sect's political system is similar to the Tao opening sect, with families and a sectarian faction. The only difference is their sect is more balanced between the clans and the sectarian faction. Nevertheless, there is bound to have competition and disagreement between the three factions. So, they will begin to suspect and accuse each other after not finding the hidden force of the Tao opening sect. Of course, Wang Wei knew it was impossible to take down a sect with such a long and powerful heritage with this minor dispute. He knew the ancestors would step up if things become out of hand. His purpose is to tone down the Spirit Genesis sect's arrogance while keeping them busy so they don't do any more stupid and reckless acts. I always knew Tao lords and overlords were scary, but it's the first time I've experienced it personally, said Sword One, who watched the entire event through the Soul Network. Indeed, added Origin One, thinking about the benefit of this method instead of a direct battle. From now on, the Spirit Genesis sect will always be on the lookout, wondering whether their enemy will attack them. They always have to watch out for their backs since the enemy is in the shadow and they're in the light. This revenge plan surprised all the ancestors except for the steward since he knew about the demon supremacy world from Wang Wuxia. The sect master destroyed an entire civilization in a few months and gave humans the opportunity to take the status of the world's protagonist from the demon race. So he was not surprised. All we have to do is wait to see if they will respond, commented Wang Wei. And Wang Wei did not have to wait long. He noticed something the next day. What is it? Asked Origin One when he saw the frown on Wang Wei's face. I can no longer access the souls in their world community, he replied. What does that mean? It means they might have used something similar to the human preservation array and completely isolated the battle spirit world. Since our world can have such worldwide array, it's normal for others to do the same, said the steward. Now, we know one of the hidden trumps cards, and that's more than enough. Indeed, nodded Wang Wei. He also wondered whether the battle spirit world would be like the Myriad Emperor world and have different formations from different racial groups or maybe one formation for the entire world. I cannot find these answers anytime soon, so there is no point in thinking about them, thought Wang Wei before leaving the secret realm. He saluted the ancestors before exiting to see Yen Liling and give her the slaughter heart. He wanted to enter seclusion immediately, but he had a divination that his father's battle with Ji Lanfang was approaching, so he decided to wait. Origin Pill Dao Sect. Lu Cheng sat cross-legged, deep in cultivation, surrounded by a mysterious formation floating above his head. He was sweating profusely, which was odd since cultivators no longer needed to expire after the Divine Sea Realm. Lu Cheng's face became pale as his aura leaked, showing his cultivation in the Quasi-Emperor. No one knew the person in this generation with the highest cultivation was the sect master of the Origin Pill Dao sect. He suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes before exhaling loudly. The simulation failed again. he muttered with a sense of loss. Ever since he received the Proving Tao pill formula and the Flame Emperor's inheritance, he used his innate talent to become one of the best pill masters of this generation. He took control of the Origin Pill Tao sect so he would have no problem with resources for his cultivation and to prepare for the future. Then, he focused on refining this heaven-defying pill. The Flame Emperor knew it would be risky for Lu Chang to attempt refining the pill without practice and experience. So, he left a special formation that allowed him to do simulations in an illusion world. As long as he succeeds in the illusion, he can also succeed in real life. Unfortunately, it was highly challenging to refine this pill. To be precise, many parts of the formula seemed like speculation or unverified theories, thus drastically increasing the success rate. "And this is just one of the many problems," muttered Lu Chang under his breath. He shook his head before walking out of the cultivation. He decided to relax and drink some tea. He did not like to drink tea, but ever since that person took over his body, he unconsciously developed the hobby. A few minutes while resting, Lu Chang sensed someone coming into the room, and a rare smile appeared on his rigid face. "Senior sister," he said with a smile. "We are married. Why do you insist on calling me senior sister?" "Asked Lan Ling because I like it," said Lu Chang, thinking about the past. The truth is Lu Chang does not feel his current life is real. He achieved his dream of being a renowned alchemist, and the senior sister he could only dream about was now his wife. And Lu Chang did not know whether to thank that person, the infatuation flower, or fate. In general, he has a lot of complicated feelings toward Wang Wei, especially regarding his fifth senior sister and his rise as a pill master. The latter did not succumb to the aphrodisiac in that cave and did not sully the fifth sister's innocence. If he did not, their relationship would be even more complicated. After all, Lan Ling is a reserved and old-fashioned person, so she would have accepted his offer of taking responsibility after the event and marrying him. However, he did not know how he would feel if that was the reason they became Tao companions. As for the infatuation flower, he immediately told her about it after Wang Wei left, not wanting her to be influenced. However, the fifth sister did not mind and said it was fate. Afterward, their master placed more seals on the flower, lowering its effect. Then, the two got to know each other until they fell in love and became Tao companion. Finally, Lu Chang felt complicated regarding his rise as an alchemist. The source of his fame and glory evolved around his innate talent, precision. However, he knew for certain he could not develop it to the extent Wang Wei developed it. Maybe, he would not even acquire it in the first place if the latter did not occupy his body. Innate talent is unique to every individual. And during that period, Wang Wei was Lu Chang, but Lu Chang was not Wang Wei. He may have acquired such a promising talent because of Wang Wei's existence. Then, there is the more complicated issue with Flame Emperor. He's the latter's heir, but could he have become one without Wang Wei? He did not know exactly since the Flame Emperor chose him instead of Wang Wei. However, Lu Chang is also intelligent to know it might be because he is an easier pawn to control, hence why the Flame Emperor chose him. Over the years, he has grown and is no longer the naive young man who only knew how to refine pills. He experienced too many political intrigues and assassination attempts, so he had to grow rapidly to reach his current state. As such, he could analyze and understand many things his younger self would be entirely ignorant of. "What are you thinking so deeply about?" asked Lan Ling. Chapter 723, Lu Cheng's situation, LL. "Nothing important. I was just reminiscing about the past," replied Lu Chang before motioning for her to sit in his lap. Lan Ling blushed in embarrassment before shaking his head. "There is no need to be embarrassed. We are married, and there is no one else around," persuaded Lu Chang with a smile. He liked she was so reserved and easily embarrassed even after so many years. He also liked to challenge her out of her comfort zone. Lan Ling looked around and checked to see if any servants were nearby. Finally, after hesitating for a few seconds, she sat on his lap and laid her head on his firm chest. "How was your attempt this time around?" she asked. "Another failure," replied Lu Chang with a sigh. "I wish I could help you," she muttered with some sadness. Lan Ling wanted to help her husband, but her alchemy talent barely allowed her to be an assistant. Don't say that. Remember, you are the driving force. Without you, I would have long given up on this pill. Lu Cheng was not lying. After figuring out he might be someone else's pawn, he often contemplated abandoning this recipe and not refining it. After all, he never had any emperor's dreams or ambitions. So, besides the alchemy achievement of refining this pill, he did not care that much. However, everything changed after an assassination attempt injured Lan Ling. Lu Cheng realized the importance of strength, brewing a desire for power. He swore to gain the power to protect his loved ones and ensure they could live a long and eternal life. And the pill is the answer. If he proves the Tao, he can follow in the footsteps of the Yin-Yang companion emperor and cultivate the flower into a Yin-Yang love flower. If the legends are true, Lu Cheng can allow his wife to also become an emperor. Lan Ling smiled as she liked to hear these reassuring words from him. Nevertheless, she still hoped she could directly aid him. Don't think about these unnecessary things. Was the news about the eternal seed true? Asked Lu Cheng. Yes, but by the time our people arrived, someone already took it away. Lu Cheng groaned. He encountered many problems in preparation for this proving Tao pill, one of which was the materials. They were all rare and difficult to find. The eternal seed was one of the core materials that he's been searching for the last 20,000 years. Do you know who got their hands on it? Our information is unclear, but there is a high chance it's the Association of Commerce. The eternal seed is mainly used to extend life, so if it's in their hands, they probably want to have their alchemist refine some potent life-extending pill, commented Lu Cheng. Maybe I can negotiate with them. He's currently one of the best alchemists in the world. So, the association might be willing to owe them a debt. Huh? Muttered Lu Cheng as he sensed something from his wife. If you have something to tell me, don't hesitate. Lan Ling opened her mouth before closing it. She hesitated for a while before saying, I think it's time you began to rely on the sect's manpower more. Absolutely not. He answered immediately and decisively. If we had more people looking for the material, we would not be in the situation we are, convinced Lan Ling after biting her lips for determination. She does not like contradicting her husband, but sometimes she must be tough. You should understand the difficulty of gathering these rare and possibly extinct materials. You'll never succeed if you only use your personal power to search. You need the sect's influence and connection to have a remote chance. And you should understand my worries, countered Lu Cheng. That guy impersonated me and infiltrated the sect. I know for a fact he has numerous spies in the sect, watching my every move. Lan Ling looked at his determined face before looking at the few strings of white hair on the side of his head. She knew they existed not due to lack of lifespan. After all, they were still young and full of vitality. These white hairs were the result of immense stress and worries. In the past few years, she saw how her husband became increasingly paranoid that he did not even tell their masters about the pill. Have you considered coming to an agreement with him? Are you serious? He asked, wondering what's got into her today. Have you thought about the situation properly? What do you mean? Can you refine the pill before this generation's heaven will battle? That's impossible. I doubt we could gather even 1/8 of the material, replied Lu Cheng with a wry smile. Then what will you do after he proves the Tao? Do you think you'll be able to hide from him then? Lu Cheng did not answer. He did not know how to respond. Once he finds it, he can just take the pill away from you, she continued. The only opportunity we will have is if the Flame Emperor appears to help. But even then, will that really be a good thing? None of them completely trusted the Flame Emperor since they did not know his primary objective and plan. There is a possibility that the day Lu Cheng refines the pill is also the day he dies at the hands of the Flame Emperor. So, of the evil, Lan Ling preferred the lesser evil of Wang Wei. Maybe, allying with him might protect them from the Flame Emperor. I believe in the Flame Emperor, argued Lu Cheng. He can only convince himself that such an entity who reached beyond the realm of the great emperor does not need to plot someone as lowly as him. Okay, let's say you're correct, and the Flame Emperor does not plan to harm you. What will you do if Wang Wei comes to ask you for the formula? Even if you succeed and become an emperor, do you think you will be more powerful than him? Lu Cheng groaned as he caressed his temple. If you make a transaction with him now, you will have the support of the entire Dao opening sect to help gather the material. Secondly, you can have Yen Liling's help to ensure success. Lu Cheng pondered for a moment. Your analysis is only right if he's the one who proves the Dao. Our situation would be even worse if other people were the final winners, said Lan Ling with a frown. He knows us and has some karmic connection, so he might spare us and even allow us to keep a copy of the pill formula. But other heaven chosen will not have such compassion or scruples. Most will not hesitate to raise the sect to the ground for that formula. Lu Chun was aware of this, so he only told his wife about the pill. He did not even tell his master, Yi Lao, and he would not have told her if she did not sleep every day next to him. He could imagine how many people would do anything to get their hands on this pill formula, including wiping out the origin pill Dao sect. If such a day ever arrived, Lu Cheng knew he would be the greatest sinner of the sect since they would not survive. Countless emperor lineage would band together to wipe out the origin pill Dao sect. I will think about your suggestions, he said, ending this conversation. Lan Ling secretly sighed. Her husband was kind and gentle about most things. But when it came to that pill formula or Wang Wei, he was more stubborn than a mule. Can you at least tell the master? He's trustworthy and can help us in many ways. Lu Cheng wanted to refuse immediately, but he realized he needed to do something different if he wanted to have a chance to refine this pill. His current method has proven unsatisfactory, as shown by the slow progress after thousands of years. So, telling his master the truth might be a good move. Although his teacher is not powerful strength-wise, he has years of experience and extensive connections. Maybe the teacher can find a way to help me. Although Lu Cheng felt this was a good idea, he was still worried about the news leaking. He trusted his master, but if the latter made a mistake, it would be a catastrophic result. You have to trust everything will go all right with the master, just like it did with me, reassured Lan Ling as she held his hand. Lu Cheng looked at his wife's brilliant smile and felt relieved. You're right, he nodded. Let's tell the teacher the truth. Just by saying these words, he felt a heavy burden lifted from his shoulder. The two walked out of the room, heading to Yi Lao's mountain. Lu Cheng did not go far before a disciple arrived with important news. The Dao burial ground disappear? That's not important for now, he thought after dismissing the disciple. Then, he met with his master and told him the entire truth. Ultimate Swordsmanship Showdown, Martial Hegemony World, a martial beast emperor's secret realm. Ao Shen and Zhu Tao worked together to fight a bunch of puppets. There were so many of them and of significant strength, resulting in these two having wounds all over their bodies. In the end, Ao Shen transformed into his real body to fight. Zhu Tao was not surprised by his appearance, not because he had already seen Ao Shen's true form. Ao Shen used a bloodline secret technique to make his real body resemble a flood dragon with a little bit of innate bloodline. Zhu Tao has seen and even killed Flood Dragon in the Pursuing Longevity world, so he was not surprised about the latter's transformation. All he cared for was the strength Ao Shen displayed, which would allow him to pass this trial and receive the final inheritance. The two worked together for the next few days to fight this endless horde of puppets. They thought it would be easy to acquire this inheritance, but the reality was much crueler than they imagined. They often came close to dying, forcing them to use their trump cards to survive. Finally, after a month of constant study, they finally passed the trial. They entered a room with a scroll floating in the middle. Strange and mysterious Dao rhymes emanate from the scroll, soothing people's minds and making it easier to comprehend this emperor's scripture. That's it, thought Ao Shen, who believed there would be more to the martial beast emperor's inheritance. Meanwhile, Zhu Tao was excited since he had finally accomplished his goal. Let's comprehend together, he said, unable to control his excitement, and Ao Shen agreed. They sat before the scroll and let the Dao rhymes nourish their mind. My name is the Martial Beast Emperor, said a deep voice deep in their minds. I suppressed a generation with my companion Little Wolf. I hope future generations can appreciate my Beast Unity Dao and continue my legacy. The sounds of Dao reverberated into the room, making it easier for Ao Shun and Zhu Tao to comprehend the mystery of this emperor scripture. After an unknown amount of time, they finally awakened, each with a different expression. Ao Shin was a little disappointed. The scripture gave him many ideas on excavating his bloodline's power to the limit, just like the martial beast's wolf did. Additionally, it contained a few unique and creative methods to temper the fleshly body. However, this scripture's core concept requires two people, one human and one demon, to cultivate, making most of it useless to him, especially since he has no good feelings toward humans. Ao Shin predicted this outcome, so he expected the martial beast emperor to leave some other rare resources for his inheritor. That's the primary reason he wanted to come to this secret realm. Meanwhile, Zhu Tao was excited, unable to contain his smile since waking up. He found the path forward for Qi cultivators, law resonance. He also called this method Qi resonance or energy resonance. The idea is to follow the technique of swordsman or profession Dao and create a way for pure energy cultivators to use their Qi/energy to resonate with the laws of heaven and earth. For example, a person who used fire Qi would resonate with fire laws to increase their destructive capabilities. I have already created a prototype of this technique, thought Zhu Tao. All I need to do is complete it after I return. Then, after proving the Dao, I will spread it until it becomes more common amongst the cultivators back home. Zhu Tao could already foresee the sect's elders would try to prevent him from spreading such a technique that has the potential to become an insurgent. However, he did not care. He had his ambitions and goals, and no one could stop him, not even the mountain and sea sect that raised him since he was a child. Brother Ao Shin, let's go now that we have what we want. Indeed, replied the dragon as he took one last look before leaving. It was my pleasure to work with you, said Zhu Tao after reuniting with the ancestors of his sect. According to their agreement, each could bring one ancestor, so Ao Shin also had someone present. The pleasure was mine, replied Ao Shin calmly as he watched Zhu Tao leave with his elders. Lord, how was the result? Disappointing. He shook his head. The gain was nowhere worth the risks he took. Is that so? Asked the elder, not hiding the disappointment in his voice. There may be a way to turn the situation, suddenly said Ao Shin with ruthless eyes. He suddenly thought of twisting the core of the scripture and creating one where a demon race enslaved another human being, then absorbed all their cultivations to increase the demon's power. If I want to do this, I have to be careful not to be discovered by the humans. No, they will find out eventually, so it's best to use devil cultivators so the discovery will have little to no effect. He allied with the Dao opening sect and could use it to protect themselves once the news was released. Although this is risky, it's a great way to make up for the foundation of the demon race in a short time. With this method, the demon race can give birth to many more quasi-emperors and maybe even a few more powerful Dao ancestors and immortal sovereign. After all, there are loose immortal Dao ancestors and immortal sovereigns. The demon race will significantly benefit as long as they capture them and use the new technique. Let's go, said Ao Shin, as he did not want to waste time. The rise and fall of the demon race counted on him. Someone or something suddenly appeared inside the secret realm after the two left. It was a middle-aged man dressed in animal leather coats and boots. Please visit Panda N0V1. Co-Mpian, DN0VE1, C. M. The spirit was a little disappointed. That's why he only left the scripture for these two, not the resources part of the inheritance. Not to mention they are foreigners. After complaining, the spirit waved his hand to create a few more tokens before scattering them in different parts of the martial hegemony world, waiting for a destined person. His master gave him a mission, and he could not leave until he accomplished it. Regardless, the spirit was patient. He would take however long he needed until he found an excellent inheritor for his master. Myriad Emperor World, Dao Opening Sect. A few days had passed since the events with the Spirit Genesis sect. Then, he received a communication talisman that his father had finally left his seclusion. So he rushed to see him. As soon as Wang Wei saw his father, his eyes lighted up, and he punched the latter, making Wang Tian's eyes twitch. Bang! The Wang Clang manor trembled as Wang Tian caught his son's fist. His action was fast and effortless. 7 primordial dragon force. Not bad, commented Wang Wei, looking at the white mark on his fist. Plus, your fleshly body is a sword, and people will get hurt when directly attacking it. Wang Wei's flesh body has the natural property to rebound attacks, primarily physical and energy, while his father's property is to cut anything that touches it. I've always wanted to regain my status and pride as a father, said Wang Tian with a terrifying intent in his eyes. Now I have the chance. Do you dare fight with me without using the power of your incarnations? You get a little power and you're suddenly swollen, replied Wang Wei with the corresponding battle intent. I will be more than happy to put you back in your place. Don't worry, I'll seal my strength to the peak of 7 Leaf, just like you. Fine by me. Then, the two disappeared, heading to a secret realm for their battles. These two, yelled Yu Yen, but it was already too late, and they already disappeared. I'll deal with them when they return. Unfortunately for those two, they returned 3 days later. Wang Wei was in good shape, but Wang Tian was slightly pale. However, their complexion became like ghosts when they saw the scary look Yu Yen was giving them. Our family was finally reunited after so many years, but instead of taking this opportunity to bond and converse, you two went to fight for 3 days. Well, look at my well-raised son and responsible husband. Sweat fell behind these two backs. Then Wang Wei acted swiftly. Blame father. He's the one who provoked me. You, isn't it true? I'm not fallen for that this time. You've grown up and should know better. Grow up? No. It doesn't matter how old I am. I will always be your child, said Wang Wei as he embraced his mother. Yu Yen protested for a moment before being unable to resist and held him in her embrace. I'm not done with you, he said to her husband, making Wang Tian smile wryly. So who won anyway? Asked Yu Yen. Of course it's me, said Wang Wei. Only because of more experience, battle tactic, and a higher recovering method because your body is more powerful. A win is a win. You should be proud you could fight toe-to-toe with me in the same realm, commented Wang Wei. Forging sword body. The battle was quite interesting, and Wang Wei learned a great deal. His father used the sword Dao to the extreme, cutting off all his fate or any conceptual attacks. So, Wang Wei had to change tactics and use the advantage of his fleshly body to tire his opponent out before winning. Regardless, he learned why swordsmen are the strongest attackers in this battle. With a stronger fleshly body, his father's attack method drastically increased, making him even scarier than he used to be. In this battle, Wang Wei finally realized how much the environment and luck affect a cultivator. His father's talent is no worse than the Sword Empress. However, he suffered because he was born into the wrong generation, and his heavenly luck was insufficient. He knew his father was the kind of talent that could become an eternal emperor without any help or even entering the Dui realm. Of course, it's different for an eternal supreme. This kind of realm or stage requires luck, talent, and opportunity. Otherwise, no matter how talented a person is, they cannot become eternal supreme. How was your retreat? Asked Yu Yen. It went well, replied Wang Tian with a smile. I benefited a lot. Wang Tian explained his experience and gains during the retreat. Let me see your body refining technique, asked Wang Wei, and Wang Tian agreed and gave him a technique with a simple tile, forging sword body. The technique followed a similar system as the ancient desolate body refining scripture, tempering the skin, muscles, bones, and organs. However, this body tempering technique does not require spiritual materials, but uses the unique sword chi Wang Tian used to recondense his primordial spirit. As such, every blood and cell in his body contains sharp sword chi. Wang Tian even opened his acupoints and stored potent sword energy in them. It's a waste to store sword energy in your acupoints, commented Wang Wei. You should store actual swords. Innate swords, to be exact. I thought about that, replied Wang Tian. However, Having more than 1 million innate swords is unrealistic. Even with the Tao opening sect's deep foundation, he could not get his hands on such a large number of innate weapons. You don't have to use innate swords, countered Wang Wei. You can use the pseudo-innate pill method to create pseudo-innate sword embryos in your acupoints. Then, when I return the environment to innate, you can absorb innate chi between heaven and earth to transform the embryos into real innate swords. That's a great idea, said Wang Tian, thinking how much more powerful his fleshly body would become after he succeeded. And in return, his swordsmanship will also reach a higher level. Pand A, N0VE1. Calm, you have plenty of time to learn, commented Yu Yen. Plus, you can have someone refine the sword embryo for you. You only need to use your blood and soul mark in the process. Mom's right, said Wang Wei. So, don't worry too much about it. Wang Tian nodded. Then, it's decided. One last thing, added Wang Wei. Are you going to fuse the forging sword body into your absolute cut sutra, or leave it as a separate technique? Both, he replied. I want future generations who cultivate my technique to not make the same mistake as me and cultivate their bodies. I also think it can be used as a unique body refining technique for the sect. It's a good idea, but you should reduce the difficulty of cultivating this technique. What do you mean? Asked Wang Tian. Do you think anyone is you and can condense your unique sword chi? Explained Yu Yen, and a look of realization dawned on Wang Tian. He did not use regular sword chi that most swordsmen can use by imbuing the sharpness of swords into their chi/energy. His sword chi originated from cultivating more than 1 trillion different swordsmanship, taking their essence and condensing them into sword chi. His method requires extremely high swordsmanship talent and a lot of time. Wang Tian took more than 2 generations before he succeeded. You guys are right, but I'm not happy. If a person is not talented enough, they should not be cultivating my technique, complained Wang Tian. You should think more about the sect, added Yu Yen. The ancient desolate body refining scripture is one of the sect's most powerful and unique scriptures, but few people can cultivate it. I'm sure the desolate emperor regretted not leaving a weaker version that was easier to cultivate. I agree with her. Wang Wei was in the same situation as his father, since he could foresee that few people would be able to cultivate his transcending fate sutra. So, he left more accessible versions and things anyone could learn from. For example, how to open the chakra and develop a more potent divine body realm. Don't nag. I will do it, replied Wang Tian, his face immediately pale as soon these words came out of his mouth. What did you say? Asked Yu Yen, her eyes even scarier than Grand Dao. So, you got a little power and now think you can do whatever you want. Please visit Panda N0V1. No, wife, I did not mean that. It was a slip of the tongue, hurriedly explained Wang Tian. Unfortunately, his attempt was useless, so he looked at his son, hoping for assistance. Sadly, the latter looked like he did not see his signals, making him clench his teeth. Do you have any ideas to make this technique easier? Asked Wang Tian, trying to change the subject. I'll deal with you later, Yu Yen told him through divine sense, making Wang Tian's heart skip a beat. He knew he was done. You can use metal chi for cultivation, suggested Wang Wei. Sharp metal chi from swords would be ideal. Any metal or spiritual or can release metal or gold chi from the 5 elements. And the ones released from weapons like swords have certain properties which are perfect for cultivating the forging sword body. I'll add the lesser version, said Wang Tian, agreeing with his son that this method would indeed lower the requirement. The sect has a secret realm full of swords from past swordsmen. Disciples can enter to comprehend their sword will. In the future, they can also enter to temper their bodies with his technique. By the way, I sense my father was not in his hut. Did something happen? The old man left his seclusion, and most of his Tao heart was healed, said Wang Wei. Really? That's good news. Wang Tian has been with his father for many years, and he knew the latter was holding on by a thread. Things got worse after his mother's death, but Wang Tian never noticed until way later. For many years, He lived in fear that he would wake up one day and his father would tell him he decided to join his mother in samsara. One of the driving forces behind his desire to prove the Tao was to find a way to cure his father's Tao heart. Unfortunately, fate was not on his side, and there was no heaven-will battle in his generation. Alas, he had to leave everything to his son. Many thoughts flashed in Wang Tian's mind. He remembered how he did not fight or argue against the name his father chose for his son. Wang Wei meaning Great King. His name meant King of Heaven, so his son should not have such a common name. However, he did not dare take away the joy of naming his grandson from the old man for fear he might be driven to the edge and do something irrevocable. So, he and his wife decided to let him choose the name no matter what it was. "I'm glad he's all right after so many years," said Wang Tian with great relief. Yu Yan lay on his shoulder, caressing his back. "Where is he now?" "I send him to the secret realm. It's good for him to increase his strength and foundation," nodded Wang Tian, who knew and participated in creating Wang Chang's secret realm. "He will have a much higher chance of defeating Emperor Nine Suns." "What's your plan?" asked Wang Wei, who felt his father might have been lost in the past if he did not change the subject. He did not want to make him sad like the old man, forcing him to get drunk while reminiscing about the past. "I have a battle rendezvous with Ji Lanfanf," said Wang Tian with brilliant eyes. "He should be coming in a few weeks." "Really? Excellent. Why do you sound more excited than me?" asked Wang Tian. "Who doesn't like a good battle? Not to mention two geniuses swordsmen who walked the same but different path." "Indeed. I'm also excited. Do you want to make an event out of this battle?" "There is no need," replied Wang Tian. "Anyway, we won't be able to hide it." True. A week later, Wang Tian left the sect to a deserted domain in the central continent. Ultimate Swordsmanship Showdown. Wang Tian sat next to a boulder, waiting for the appointed time. He was dressed in all white, showing the demeanor of a peerless swordsman unstained by the dust of the mortal world. Despite his middle-aged appearance, his looks could only be described as godlike or a face that even the heavens would be jealous of. His black danced with the wind, displaying his peaceful nature as he blended with the surrounding. Wang Tian conquered an entire generation not only because of his unmatched strength but also because of his handsome face. In his generation, he could not think how many saintess, young lady, sect madam, and empress felt for his peerless look. Many of these peerless women wanted to kidnap him and place him under house arrest so he could become their companion or plaything. In some ways, Wang Tian had to become powerful. Otherwise, his fate would have been worse than death. Despite how popular he was in his generation, Wang Tian was glad he ended up with his current wife. Influenced by his father, he never considered having more than one companion. However, most of the women in his generation only saw his peerless look and talent. And Yu Yan saw beyond the surface and saw his core. A simple or straightforward sword lover with a lot of emotional baggage. During his cultivation journey, he interacted on many occasions with Yu Yan, and they always had a connection. However, they restrained themselves until they almost died inside the blood earth. During that moment of desperation, as they entrusted each other's lives to an enemy, they could no longer suppress how they felt and admitted their feelings. Wang Tian remembered that day as if it was yesterday despite nearly 1,000,000 years almost passed. On that day he liberated his mind and, in turn, his sword. His swordsmanship reached another level, allowing him to forge a blood path from that dangerous forbidden land. After exiting the blood earth, Wang Tian realized his sword was no longer lonely. He no longer was practicing the sword only for himself. He had something to protect. A few hours passed as Wang Tian awaited his opponent's arrival. He did not mind the wait since he could take the time to organize his mind and ensure he was in the peak shape for this battle. Then, he sensed something and looked in one direction. Ji Lanfang, dressed in a blue robe with an alcohol gourd in his hand, rode on a giant sword, flying toward Wang Tian. Ji Lanfang was no longer as sloppy and unrepresentable as in the deception trial. Instead, he looked handsome in his blue Taoist robe, exuding a more noble and sword-immortal vibe. The only thing that destroyed his image was the strong smell of alcohol. Fellow Taoist, I'm sorry for my tardiness. Traveling in the endless void is not easy, Ji Lanfang said as he put the flying sword away. It's fine. I'm just glad fellow Taoist was willing to travel from so far away, replied Wang Tian. Although they've become close over the years, installing a transworld transmission array was inappropriate. Plus, it was too expensive and the current Myriad Emperor world was in a semi-closed state. As such, they discussed and agreed for Ji Lanfang to come here for the battle since he did not have to worry about his fellow competitors gathering information on him. Then, the drunk swordsman frowned as he looked at Wang Tian. Such vitality. You've tempered your body? Yes, replied Wang Tian, not hiding the truth. Why? I thought we walked the same path. Ji Lanfang did not hide his disappointment. He thought he had found a peer after so many years, but now he might have been wrong. I was, but I learned our previous path was wrong. That is a bold statement, said Ji Lanfang with squinted eyes. The path of pure swordsmanship has existed since the beginning of time. So, he did not know whether his new friend was arrogant or he truly transcended that path and found a better one. But it's the truth, calmly added Wang Tian. Even if what you say is true, do you think body refining is the proper way for swordsmen? You won't understand until you experience it yourself, added Wang Tian, not wanting to argue. He wanted to use actions to show his friends he was walking on the wrong path. Yes, as the sages said, actions speak louder than words, nodded Ji Lanfang. Before we begin, can you tell me your maximum power? Ji Lanfang hesitated for a moment before replying, 5-leaf peak. Please visit Panda N0V1. I have 7-leaf peak, so I will seal myself to the same strength. Ji Lanfang readily agreed. This was the best method to determine whose swordsmanship or path was the best. He took out a black sword and gently caressed it. The sword is called Black Lotus, and it's my Proving Tao artifact. This was the first sword I ever touched when I was 5 years old, and it has accompanied me throughout many battles. In my world, it is known as the Swordsman Reaper. Wang Tian was envious as he heard Ji Lanfang's description. He wished his first sword could accompany him throughout his life. Unfortunately, he had to cast a new one in the divine body realm as he cast his Proving Tao artifact. He kept that sword and hoped to pass it to his son as a form of a family inheritance. Unfortunately, his son crushed his dream when he chose not to be a swordsman. Wang Tian waved his hand, and a blue sword appeared in his hand. Following Ji Lanfang's example, he explained the name of his sword. This sword is called Life Cycles, named in honor of my mother. He reminisced for a moment before continuing. I have traveled all over the 5 continents, defeating all the swordsmen of my generation and the previous, substantiating my status as the greatest swordsman. And one day I will have the entire endless void acknowledge this title. I never knew fellow Taoist was so ambitious. I have to hide my edges because I know this is not my era, replied Wang Tian with a smile. But now, my son has grown up, and his light is already shining brilliantly, so there is no need for me to hide anymore. Ji Lanfang nodded even though he could not relate on a personal level. He had no children and was the brightest star of his generation. Just like Wang Tian, he suppressed all his peers to the point of suffocating them. The greatest swordsman of the lower dimension. That's an interesting title, commented Ji Lanfang. Although he had never thought about such a thing, he suddenly had the desire to have this title. However, he still said, this is not an easy title to acquire. He was not only referring to the strength required to gain such a title but how feasible the entire idea was. There are 3,000 world communities with billions of worlds and trillions of swordsmen. So, a swordsman would need to defeat many people for this title to be acknowledged or accepted by heaven and earth. Unfortunately, it was not feasible to get so many swordsmen together. I have my way, said Wang Tian, who was not lying. One of his son's plans inspired him, so he had an idea on how to acquire the title of strongest swordsman after proving the Tao. It's good to be ambitious and take steps to achieve one goal, said Ji Lanfang. However, you must first get past me before you can talk about being the best. As he said these words, he gathered his sword will before floating in the air. No problem, replied Wang Tian with a smile, following him in his actions. Twink. As these two gather their sword wills, countless swords flash from different directions of the central continent, floating in the void outside the domain where their battle took place. The masters of these swords tried to prevent their swords from flying away, but it was pointless. Swords after sword left their masters, floating in the void as they wished to experience this ultimate battle of swordsmanship. And this phenomenon did not only occur in the central continent. The east, west, south, and northern swordsmen and sword users experienced the same thing. Their swords flew from their control and fled to the central continent, floating in the void. Most of these swords left their master's sea of consciousness. Only a few rare swordsmen could stop their swords from flying away. Regardless, they still had to fight the restlessness of their swords, trying to prevent them from leaving. Paren, Dan 0v1. C0M. They became in awe and immediately realized this was an opportunity, especially for swordsmen and sword users. They will learn a significant amount by watching this peak battle. Ultimate Swordsmanship Showdown, LL. The two brewed their aura and sword will to the peak. They observed each other closely, monitoring every aspect of their opponents, including breathing, eye movement, and muscle contraction. Then, once their momentum peaked, Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang moved. In an instant, they met in the air and fought. Twink, twink, twink. Their swords clashed, creating brilliant silver light in the air. Whether it was Wang Tian or Ji Lanfang, none used the energy inside their bodies or the laws they cultivated. Their clash was pure swordsmanship, relying on the fundamentals of the sword, like cutting, stabbing, parrying, and other moves. Their battle was like two mortal swordsmen battling without relying on cultivation or supernatural powers. The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the sky. These two swordsmen reached the pinnacle of their craft. However, like every person who dares call themselves as swordsmen, they started by learning and practicing the basic of the sword when they were nothing but children. With their talent, it only took a few days to master the basics and learn more advanced swordsmanship that involved more variations and application of power. However, these geniuses never stopped practicing the basic. Whenever they had time, when they encountered a bottleneck in their swordsmanship, when they felt sad, happy, or myriad of emotions, they would always return to the basic. And today, they displayed that solid foundation. Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang only used the most basic of swordsmanship that children first learn once they begin their journey with the sword. However, every one of their attacks contained Dao rhymes, showing how they resonate with heaven and earth. Many swordsmen watching this battle entered a state of enlightenment just by watching these people's display of basic swordsmanship. After fighting for nearly 2 hours with no victor, the two suddenly separated. And without saying anything, they attacked each other from afar with sword slashes. They began with the first level of sword slash, which simply involved converting the energy inside their bodies into a sharp attribute and transferring them out through their weapons. Swoosh, swoosh. Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang slashed 9 times, canceling each other's attacks. Their eyes brightened before they decided to elevate the skills of this battle. So, they used second-level sword slashes. They waved their swords and created moon-shaped slashes to defeat each other. They attacked 18 times and were still equal. The second-level sword slashes did not come from the energy from their bodies. They came from pure skill. The slash resulted from them controlling the airflow of the surroundings to control the wind and generating wind slashes. This level of sword slash required extreme control and understanding of the sword. After the tie, the two did not hesitate or waste time. They tested the third level of sword slash. This level involved using the sword to resonate and control the spiritual chi between heaven and earth. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang used 27 third-level sword slashes, but each attack canceled the other out. Nevertheless, their aura of momentum continued to rise as they pushed themselves to the limit of their skills. 4-level slash. When the sword skill is so refined and superb, the swordsman can use the very fabric of space to cut the opponent. Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang held their swords and slashed each other. The two seemed connected to their swords as if they were an extension of it, the fabric of space bending to their will as they slashed their opponents. No energy, soul, or law fluctuations emanated from their bodies. After 36 attacks, the two stopped since the result was the same as the previous contests. However, they knew the battle had just begun. Wang Tian suddenly stopped using his swords and used his index and middle finger together as a sword before making a slashing motion. Ji Lanfang followed his example and did the same. Numerous sword slashes and energy manifested in the sky. And this time, they were not only moon-shaped but took multiple forms. There were wave-shaped sword slashes, tornado-shaped, and spiral-shaped. PANDNOVE. The two made 45 attacks before stopping this confrontation, changing to another category, Sword of the Soul. Each attack directly targeted the other's primordial spirit or true spirit. Before cultivating, the soul is both a real and non-existent thing. It exists in a spiritual plane where reality and fantasy meet. However, these two swordsmen, using only their skills and no cultivation, can touch this place of existence and non-existence with their swords. Please visit Panda N0V1. After 54 attacks and still being equal, they elevated their skills to another level, focusing on using the power of heaven and earth. On Wang Tian's swords, 63 massive blue swords appeared between heaven and earth. Ji Lanfang was not intimidated nor backed down. He mobilized the power of heaven and earth and created the same quantity of black swords. Bang! A maelstrom of sword energy devastated everything in the surrounding billion of kilometers, damaging the already deserted domain beyond repair. The sky separated into two, appearing as if two supreme swords were confronting each other. Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang looked at each other with excitement while ignoring the devastation of the surrounding environment. Their momentum kept rising as their understanding of swordsmanship increased at a noticeable rate. And they were not the only ones. Any swordsmen or sword users watching this battle learned a thing or two. However, the two did not care about these other people as they focused on each other. Wang Tian waved his sword to create 269 trillion sword chi. No, these were sword essences, condensed from cultivating different sword techniques, taking their core and creating sword chi. The sword chi fused to form 72 different swords floating before Wang Tian. Ji Lanfang squinted his eyes after seeing this before sighing. He followed the same and created 269 trillion sword chi 2. Unfortunately, only 300 billion were unique, while he condensed the remaining ones with speed essence. Boom! The 72 swords clashed, generating a terrifying power that could easily wipe a quasi-emperor into oblivion. The two floated in the sky, intact and untouched, their aura not diminishing in the slightest. Nevertheless, Ji Lanfang secretly shook his head as he knew he had lost despite the equal outcome of the 72 swords. In this stage of their sword realms, his opponent went deeper than him and had a more profound foundation. Regardless, it was not over since the battle had just begun. Ji Lanfang regained his composure and focused on this battle. He gathered and condensed his sword will. As the name implies, sword wills are the manifestations of a swordsman's path. It is both a prototype of their das and a representation of their will, a condensed representation of all their swordsmanship skills and abilities. Only once a swordsman reaches a higher realm could they acquire their sword will, which is one of the things used to distinguish between a swordsman and a sword user, since the latter does usually not have a sword will. Ji Lanfang created 81 swords formed from his sword will, which embodied unexplainable speed. His sword will involved the concept that only absolute speed equals absolute power. With speed, there is no obstacle the sword cannot overcome. Whether it is myriad laws, the soul, the Tao, or any concepts between heaven and earth. Wang Tian's eyes brightened, unable to contain his excitement. He could not remember the last time he met a worthy challenger in the way of the sword. Without hesitation, he also gathered his sword will and created 81 swords. His sword will was also an extreme one like Ji Lanfang's. However, instead of focusing on speed, he focused on cutting. Wang Tian's sword will manifested his desire to cut everything between heaven and earth, time, space, matter, energy, soul, living and non-living, everything existing and non-existent concept, and all truths and falseness. Boom! The 162 swords clashed, shaking the fabric of space-time in this domain. The clash destroyed everything in the surroundings. However, the very fabric of this domain was embedded with the sword intent of these two peerless swordsmen. In the future, this domain will become a paradise for all swordsmen all over the myriad emperor world. Another tie, commented Ji Lanfang as his first words since the battle began. Indeed, agreed Wang Tian, who felt refreshed and free after this short confrontation. He could foresee his swordsmanship taking great strides after this battle, and it should be the same for his opponent. We still have 2 realms to test out, added Ji Lanfang. Let's see if we can decide a victor. Wang Tian nodded, but he had an unknown and mysterious smile. Ji Lanfang did not know the meaning of that smile and thought the opponent was confident. So, his competitive nature stirred up as he, too, was confident in his victory. Ultimate Swordsmanship Showdown, LLL. Eastern Azure Dragon Continent, Sword Casting Villa. Villa Master Jianyi stood before a formation, watching Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang battle it out like mortals, using only pure swordsmanship. As he experienced this peak demonstration of skills, he remembered the first time he picked a sword, learning the basic moves of the sword. Is this why he's so better than me? He asked himself. Over the years, he has cultivated basic swordsmanship, returning to the basics to reach higher realms. However, he was not as consistent as he should have been. Instead, he focused on practicing and cultivating more powerful and unique sword techniques, hoping to find a way to surpass Wang Tian and avenge the humiliation of that generation. Jianyi has never forgotten that year. Wang Tian had just entered the Saint Realm, so he decided to build momentum for himself before the final battle. So, he left the Dao opening sect and challenged every swordsman with a decent reputation. During this grand journey of swordsmanship, the emperor lineages, who focused on swordsmanship, suffered the greatest humiliation as Wang Tian suppressed the younger and older generations. During that time, many swordsmen broke their swords and swore never to touch a sword and practice they cut off their sword path after seeing how high Wang Tian's swordsmanship reached. Back then, he did not have such a deep foundation and still suppressed a generation of swordsmen. Now, I cannot fathom how high he's reached, thought Jianyi with a look of desolation. He took a moment to control his emotions before taking out his swords. It was blue similar to Wang Tian, but with clouds designed on them. This sword was the first sword he ever forged, and he used it as his proving Dao artifact. It was blue similar to Wang Tian, but with clouds designed on them. At that time he was young and inexperienced, so he gave the sword a simple and direct name, Blue Cloud. Without saying much, Jianyi practiced basic swordsmanship as he watched the two clash. In a few hours, his sword realm drastically improved, thus also increasing his overall strength. Jianyi exhaled deeply as he finally found a way to improve moving forward. The irony is the answer was simple: practice the basic. He shook his head with a wry smile before saying, "Someone come." "Villa Master," said a disciple who bowed after entering the room. Jianyi paused after hearing these words as a more profound sadness enveloped him. Their sword-casting villa should have already elected a new villa master. Unfortunately, no one in the current generation is talented enough to take the post. "Go bring Shuang'er," he ordered after calming down his emotions. The disciple was momentarily surprised, but he did not say anything else. A few minutes later, he escorted a handsome young man in a wheelchair. Jian Wushuang sat in the wheelchair with a listless aura and no expression. Even though someone pushed him inside, even though he met his master, he had a blank look and was not responsive. A cunning light flashed in Jianyi's eyes as he rolled Jian Wushuang's wheelchair before the formation, allowing him to experience this peak swordsmanship battle. Meanwhile, Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang's battle continued in the central Qilin continent. After the previous 81 swords, the two chatted briefly before continuing their demonstration. They waved their swords to create 90 swords before them, and this time the power of law echoed from their bodies. Despite the appearance of the power of law, this battle was still a display of pure skills. Technically speaking, a mortal swordsman could cultivate their swordsmanship realm to the level of controlling the laws. However, such action would result in their death after one attack. And that's because, without sufficient cultivation realms, their souls and body cannot withstand utilizing such a level of power. Of course, for a mortal to achieve such a feat, they must have a high talent like Sword Empress Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang. And they would need some level of luck or opportunity. The 90 swords clashed together. Ji Lanfang's absolute speed law and Wang Tian's absolute cut law confronted each other, trying to determine which person has the most profound comprehension of sword law. The sounds of swords howling echoed between heaven and earth. Potent sword energy shone through the sky, cutting anything in their paths. All laws in the domain were scattered, leaving room only for the law of sword to reign supreme. "Still a tie," commented Wang Tian with bright eyes. "Indeed," replied Ji Lanfang with a slight surprise. He thought his friend's realm would be tainted after losing his purity, after tempering his body. But so far, there are no indications of such a thing. "Then, let's continue." "As you wish," nodded Ji Lanfang as he condensed 99 swords before him, and as soon as they appeared, heaven and earth changed. Ji Lanfang took complete control of the laws of the surrounding environment. At that moment, he was heavenly Tao and determined how the sword laws of heaven and earth operated. Please visit Panda N0V1. Command Wang Tian did not fall behind. He deployed his sword domain, which manifested in the form of 99 swords. The domain suddenly separated into two. If a swordsman stood by Ji Lanfang's side, they would discover they could only use fast swords. They could not use slow sword techniques, elegant sword techniques, variation sword techniques, or deceptive techniques. And if they were on Wang Tian's side, they would discover they could not stab, parry, sweep, or evade. They could only cut. The two forcibly bend the laws of reality in their surrounding, forcing their sword's path on the world, forcing heaven and earth to acknowledge their sword Tao as the correct rule of the universe. Bang! The 99 swords clashed, creating devastating power. The vortex of energy produced by their clash is enough to kill 1 or 2 leaf immortal venerable. Many people became scared after seeing the aftermath, especially members of the older generation. They did not imagine Wang Tian would reach such a level. The current generation, who previously looked down on the former because of the lack of people who broke the barrier between mortal and immortal, finally showed some respect. Swordsmen throughout the myriad emperor had complicated emotions. They were proud as Wang Tian showed the world why they were considered the type of cultivator with the greatest attacks. Simultaneously, they despaired as they realized the immense difference between them and the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Most gave up as they saw what the pinnacle looked like, but a few became motivated and decided to follow Wang Tian's path to death, even if they could never reach such a level. Wang Tian secretly sighed after the aftermath of their confrontation ended. He lost by a slight margin in the confrontation, just like Ji Lanfang did during their clash with Sword Essence. "It's a tie again," said Ji Lanfang this time around. "True. Then, it seems we need to decide the final victor with an actual battle," he added. Previously, they only tested their realm, but an actual battle involved myriad things like their soul, energy quantity inside their bodies, control of laws, battle experience, and tactics. "No, you have already lost," Wang Tian declared boldly. "What do you mean? Sword domain is not the highest realm of swordsmanship, and there are not only 11 realms, but 12. In the previous battle, the two displayed all the realms or stages a swordsman would experience throughout their lives. Everyone began with learning and mastering basic swordsmanship before entering the first stage. Sword Slash. There are 4 levels of Sword Slash, and each realm requires more skills. The 5th realm is Sword Heart. The swordsman is no longer limited by the sword in his hand. In this realm, a piece of wood, hair, or a string of grass can be a sword. Afterward is the soul sword or mind sword. In this realm, the swordsman's attacks are no longer limited to physical aspects and can touch ethereal or non-real concepts like the soul. The seventh stage is when swordsmen begin to control the power of heaven and earth. In some cultivation systems, the swordsman has to comprehend sword intent before slowly reaching the stage of controlling the power of heaven and earth. In others, they directly do it. The eighth stage is sword essence, which requires swordsmen to gather the essence of countless sword techniques and incorporate it into their own, thus strengthening their foundation. The ninth stage condenses all these sword essences into the manifestation of a swordsman's path, their sword will. The 10th stage is to control the law, and the 11th stage is the sword domain, where a swordsman has absolute control of the law, imposing his own sword Tao on the world. These stages are not all the swordsmanship realms, and depending on the cultivation systems, some swordsmen will not follow a linear path when cultivating these realms. For example, some people will condense their sword will first before nourishing it with their sword essence. And many swordsmen will skip the 4th level of sword slash or would cultivate it after reaching higher realms. I call this realm sword and sword unity, said Wang Tian with a smile. Ultimate Swordsmanship Showdown 4. Ji Lanfeng frowned as he immediately became more serious. Swordsmen must enter the realm of human and sword unity to reach the 4 stages of sword slash. There is also the realm of human and heaven unity, which granted cultivators a higher level of control of spiritual chi and, eventually, the power of heaven and earth. However, this realm is not a realm that only swordsmen can achieve. Many cultivation systems require cultivators to reach the human and heaven unity stage before they can comprehend and wield the power of law. However, with all his knowledge and experience, he had never heard of sword and sword unity. This realm is easy to understand, said Wang Tian with a smile. My body is the sword, my heart is the sword, and I hold a sword, I am the ultimate sword. A terrifying momentum emanated from his body. He harnessed the power of his fleshly body, but oddly, it was not the power of blood energy. It was the power of a supreme sword. Ji Lanfeng looked at his opponent in shock. His vision changed, and what he saw was no longer Wang Tian but an actual sword. It was like the person before him had abandoned its fleshly body and turned into a real physical sword. Wang Tian swung his sword to create 108 blades that fused into an enormous blue sword. Ji Lanfeng's face changed as he mobilized his sword domain to respond. He also condensed 108 swords that combined. Unfortunately, it was pointless. Wang Tian's attack cut through his sword like a sharp knife cutting through butter. And it was meaningless no matter how Ji Lanfeng responded. That sword cut anything in its path. Luckily for him, this was not a life-and-death battle. So Wang Tian stopped the sword from erasing him from the mortal coil. Li Lanfeng looked dazed, as if he had lost his mind. Is this the true realm of one sword breaking myriad laws? He muttered to himself, but everyone watching through different means could hear him. Regardless, he did not care about these people as he was lost in his own mind. 9 is extreme and 12 is perfection. The perfect sword realm. Body, soul, and mind are all swords. So we were wrong all along. Ji Lanfeng's face underwent multiple changes. It appeared as if he was struggling with something, struggling to accept the truth. Ha 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 ha. So we were all wrong, he said with delirious in his voice. We focused so much on pureness that we strayed from the true path of swordsmanship. How ridiculous. Ji Lanfeng was not the person whose mind was shocked by this revelation. All swordsmen who reached the sword law and domain stage and thought they had reached the ultimate stage of swordsmanship had a similar reaction. They realized they must temper their bodies to reach the same stage as Wang Tian. However, how could they easily accept their path was wrong? The idea of pursuing the ultimate attack of the sword by ignoring the body has been ingrained in their souls and bloodlines for millions of generations. This idea has become their core. It has formed their belief and personal philosophy, so how could they easily accept they were wrong? Crack. The whole world simultaneously heard a cracking sound. Many people were confused, but only a few knew this resulted from countless swordsmen having their Tao hearts broken. Throughout the myriad emperor world, all swordsmen of a sufficient realm suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood and became extremely pale. Sword-casting Villa. Jian Yi looked at the screen with a pale face. He wiped out the blood from the corner of his mouth, trying extremely hard to rein in his mind. However, this task was more challenging than he imagined. All he could think about was his path was wrong, and he could not accept this. Maybe Wang Tian is wrong. Maybe he entered this stage for a different reason. He repeated this thought over and over, trying to convince himself. Unfortunately, the evidence was right before him. Jian Yi took a deep breath and swallowed several pills to help with his injury. The best choice for him would be to enter seclusion to heal properly. However, he knew he must watch this battle to the end. While Jian Yi was distracted, something extraordinary occurred. Jian Wushuang suddenly moved one of his fingers. At first, it was barely perceivable, but with the passage of time he truly moved his finger. "Shuang, are you?" asked Jian Yi with shock. He received no response, but he could still not control the joy on his face. He watched as Jian Wushuang moved his fingers over and over. Jian Yi did not waste time and called one of the villa's ancestors to check the situation. Dao Opening Sect. The ancestors, who were also watching this battle, rapidly looked at Sword One with a worried look. They detected many of the sect's swordsmen also spewed blood and even had their Dao heart broken. Luckily, their worry was in vain. A powerful and mysterious aura suddenly enveloped Sword One as she looked in a daze at the visual transmission array. A few seconds later, she muttered, "Is this the Sword and Sword Unity realm? Besides the terrible name, it's not bad at all." "You?" asked Origin One. "The Empress already told me of this realm and forced me to temper my body. However, I could not enter it before now. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Tempering the body was a requirement to reach this realm, but it was not guaranteed." "Your strength?" asked Origin One with excitement. "I don't know exactly, but I'm no longer afraid of these old immortal sovereigns." Sword One was confident she would not need the help of the human preservation array to find the immortal sovereign from the Spirit Genesis sect. Good, good, good. Wang Tian sighed as he felt the change between heaven and earth. He predicted this outcome before the battle. However, he knew his action was necessary for the sword path to continue forward and prosper. The swords must break before being reforged into something stronger. He knew many people would not accept his new ideology and concept even with conclusive evidence his path was the best. Regardless, he prepared to lay the foundation for this new path so it could become mainstream in a few generations. As for the pushback he would receive from the majority of swordsmen, Wang Tian did not care and prepared to suppress all of them after proving the Tao. "My sword path will become the orthodox way. I will ensure that." Ji Lanfang finally calmed down and regained his bearing. "I lost," he said calmly. "However, I have not given up on my path." He gathered his momentum again, his eyes shining brighter than before. "Let's decide which path is the best. Why are you being stubborn? You should know the outcome of this battle before it even started," convinced Wang Tian. "Panda, NOV-E1. I have cultivated this path for 230 million years. Ji Lanfang sighed. "I cannot give up so easily." "I understand," replied Wang Tian. When the Sword Empress first suggested he tempered his body, he also refused even though he knew she was a paragon and walked farther than him in the Tao of the Sword. And if not for his enlightenment, he would have never reached the current realm. Wang Tian took a deep breath before also gathering his aura and momentum. He understood Ji Lanfang's last struggle was the manifestation of the desire of all the swordsmen of the old path. Once Wang Tian defeats him, it will signify that the new sword path has triumphed over the old one. A new era for the Sword Tao will officially begin. "Are you ready?" asked Wang Tian. "I am." "Then, let's begin." Ji Lanfang nodded before gathering his essence, qi and spirit, ensuring they reached the peak. Then, he mobilized his law before slashing his sword. The attack was so fast that matter, space-time, heaven and earth, and even fate could not catch its trajectory. 99% of swordsmen, or even cultivators, watching this legendary battle could not follow the trajectory of this sword. And even the people who could not see it but could only feel it. Unfortunately, nothing happened when the strike reached Wang Tian. He floated in the air in the same place, not a scratch on his clothes. He still had the ethereal and sword immortal-like atmosphere around him that woke countless women in his generation. Ji Lanfang sighed. "You cut my speed?" "I did," replied Wang Tian. Although he could not react to the speed of the attack, he had a passive domain surrounding him. So, once Ji Lanfang's attack almost reached him, the domain responded and cut off the latter's speed. "Good," said Ji Lanfang, drastically increasing his fighting intent. "This battle has just begun." Ultimate Swordsmanship Showdown v. Ji Lanfang took a deep breath before rushing to his opponent. He had a terrifying fighting intent in his eyes as he entered a state of no thought and no distraction. He only cared about doing his best to win this unwinnable battle. No distance strike. He swung his sword so fast that he ignored the concept of distance, thus drastically increasing the speed of his strike. Unfortunately, it was useless. Wang Tia cut the no-distance concept of his technique, thus returning distance. In other words, Ji Lanfang's attack could no longer ignore distance and had to travel from point A to point B where Wang Tian. Ji Lanfang smiled wryly as he watched the slow trajectory of his sword heading for Wang Tian, who easily evaded it. Beyond death strike, death is eternal and instant. However, Ji Lanfang's sword is even faster than death itself. Wang Tian calmly watched this attack. He could feel the terrifying speed and the power of life and death in that strike. Regardless, it was pointless to him. With one strike, he cut off the death and speed power behind that strike. Meanwhile, Ji Lanfang was not discouraged as he expected this outcome. He followed his previous strike with another technique, infinite speed momentum. Slash, slash, slash. With each strike, Ji Lanfang's momentum increased exponentially as does his speed. He touched on the concept of infinite speed and went deep into 5 times infinite speed, 10 times infinite speed, 20 times infinite speed. Wang Tian calmly watched the incalculable sword slashes attacking him. The current attacks were beyond his physical senses or his soul sense. However, it did not matter since his passive domain did its job and slowed once the slashes reached him. Wang Tian suddenly swung his sword and cut off Ji Lanfang's infinite, forcing him to take a dozen steps backward in the sky. Infinite mass sword Ji Lanfang changed tactics and focused on a heavy attack instead. Infinite speed converted into infinite mass. Moreover, Ji Lanfang did not target Wang Tian but directed his strength to affect the domain surrounding his opponent. With this one strike, the power law between heaven shook as Ji Lanfang brought tremendous pressure to the surrounding domain. His attack was as if a mighty fleshly body used pure force to break the laws of heaven and earth. Wang Tian secretly shook his head. The opponent abandoned the advantage of speed, making things easier for him. He used the passive domain to boost his sword before slashing. Crack! Ji Lanfang lost the infinite mass of his sword, and it became an ordinary attack with ordinary speed or attack potential. He smiled wryly as he finally understood how the swordsmen in his world felt when they fought him. Their despair, helplessness, confusion, and doubt. He experienced them all in this short confrontation. Luckily, he was not like these swordsmen. His mind and Dao heart were better than theirs, so he soon regained his clarity and focused. He had not lost yet. Traceless sword Ji Lanfang made the posture of the sword-drawing technique before rapidly swinging his sword. In this attack, his sword was so fast that it could not be seen, smelled, or detected. It escaped the world's shackles through sheer speed and simply disappeared. It became traceless. The void around Wang Tian trembled for a moment before returning to normal. His eyes lit up with surprise as this attack had some effect on his domain. Sadly, it suffered the same fate as the first attack. The domain cut off its concept of being undetected and drastically weakened. Even this one failed? muttered Ji Lanfang before shaking his head. I have 2 more attacks left. No, 3. If you cut them, I'll admit my defeat. A second illusory version of Ji Lanfang appeared next to him, wearing all white clothes. The 2 fused before he slashed his swords. Wang Tian looked in shock as he could not react. However, a potent slash suddenly appeared before him before stopping Ji Lanfang's attack. He sighed in relief as he reviewed that attack. He used his unfathomable speed to break the limit of the River of Time, thus accessing a future version of himself. They then fused their speed to reach an unimaginable slash. Wang Tian understood this attack was similar to his son's future Buddha self, but Ji Lanfang used his speed sword Dao to achieve something similar. Blush! Ji Lanfang suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood as his complexion became pale. He hurriedly took out a talisman from his space ring and activated it. Are you all right? Asked Wang Tian. This is just the backlash from the River of Time. He did not cultivate the law of time, so using that sword slash will sometime have backlash. Luckily, he's always prepared with a special time talisman to help him resist. The second attack, continued Ji Lanfang. Do you want to recuperate? No need. A ruthless look flashed in Ji Lanfang's eyes as he changed the sword to his left hand. I've never used this attack before and everything about it is theoretical. Thus, I don't know the final result. So, fellow Taoist, be careful. This was only a friendly battle, so Ji Lanfang did not want to kill his friend accidentally. I understand, replied Wang Tian, taking the warning seriously. Then, Ji Lanfang slashed. Nothingness sword, please visit Panda N0V1. Nothingness has no form, no shape, and no intent. So, what would happen to a sword traveling to absolute nothingness? A sword with no matter, energy, laws, or concept like motion, distance, or friction to hinder its traveling speed. The result would be beyond comprehension speed. Bang! Wang Tian flew 100,000 meters back before stopping. His face was pale and his aura weakened. A sword that touched on nothingness taboo. Brilliant, he commented. He would have lost to that sword if it was not for his previous battle with his son and learning how to cut off nothingness. Suddenly, he frowned. Are you all right? He hurriedly asked. Better than I anticipated, replied Ji Lanfang, who was missing his left arm. The thing disappeared after the attack, returning to nothingness. You're too reckless, said Wang Tian. But Ji Lanfang did not care. He created this sword but never had the opportunity to use it because he always felt something terrible would happen to him if he did. So he was prepared to die after that attack. Luckily, he only lost one arm. Of course, he knew he could not regrow that arm no matter what he did or what resources he used. His only chance is after he proves the Tao and becomes an emperor. Regardless, Ji Lanfang did not care since this sword was the pinnacle of his skill, talent, and years of cultivation. Anyway, even with one arm, he was confident of suppressing his peers and becoming the one who sat on the throne. I have basically lost this battle, declared Ji Lanfang. However, I have one last sword, but it is not mine. He looked in the distance before sighing. Before then, I would like to apologize for being presumptuous. He pointed his fingers at the sky, and countless motes of light suddenly flew from different corners of the myriad emperor world. The eastern, western, central, southern, and northern continent all had motes of light. Most originated from the eastern continent, with the central continent offering the second most number. The motes of light gathered together to form an enormous golden sword hanging above heaven and earth. You want to open a new sword path? But most swordsmen will not accept it, said Ji Lanfang. But now this is your chance. I've condensed the will of the current sword path. Defeat it, and heaven and earth will acknowledge your new sword path as the dominant one. Wang Tian calmly looked at the golden sword in the sky. He could tell it was the final resistance of the swordsmen of the old path. Otherwise, how could an outsider like Ji Lanfang condense such a sword? As you wish. Wang Tian's aura suddenly increased as he gathered all his power, including his new sword realm. He swung his sword to create a pure white slash toward his target. Crack! Ji Lanfang's face changed as he watched a considerable crack appear in the golden sword, almost separating into two. You! He did not think his old friend would be so ruthless and cut off most of the old path. This meant from now on, it would become 100 times more difficult for swordsmen of the old path to cultivate and reach a higher realm of swordsmanship. The only way forward for these swordsmen is to acknowledge Wang Tian's sword path and change their mindset or ideology. That's the only for their swordsmanship cultivation to return to normal. It's a shame, commented Wang Tian, sad he could not completely cut it off. It does not matter. There is still a chance in the future. Once he proves the Tao, the first thing he would do is cut off the old path, forever eliminating from this world. Brat, what have you done? Suddenly roared a voice that echoed throughout the sky. Wang Tian frowned as he looked at the old man who suddenly appeared in the sky. I remember you. You're Casting One from the sword-casting villa. Casting One did not answer Wang Tian but looked in the distance. Endian 0 VE1? COM. Why do you care? Anyway, people on our level won't be affected, replied Sword One. That's because he's too weak now, replied Casting One. He could foresee the fate of swordsmen once Wang Tian proved the Tao. Plus, I have to consider my sect's foundation. Then, change to his path, added Sword One. His path is better and can increase the strength of your entire sect. Do you think it's easy for people to change paths? Casting One could foresee the devastating catastrophe Wang Tian's actions will have on swords cultivators throughout the myriad emperor world. I don't care, replied Sword One. The world is changing, so you guys should change to adapt. Otherwise, prepared to be eliminated by the time. Casting One gritted his teeth before looking at Wang Tian with terrible killing intent. Then, he gazed at Ji Lanfang with the same eyes but felt another person on his level gazing at him. He understood this foreigner came with an insurgent to protect him. He snorted coldly before disappearing. He needed to manage the situation to ensure their sect's foundation was not destroyed. Aftermath. Wang Tian watched Casting One leave in anger and did not care. He already expected the backlash he would receive for his actions. However, his previous plan was to cut off the old sword path after he proved the Tao. By then, he would have the strength to suppress the entire world and even affect the entire lower dimension. Although his decision was spontaneous, he analyzed that it was not such a bad thing. The swordsman of the Myriad Emperor would have an entire generation to adapt to the status quo. Unfortunately, other heaven-will worlds will not have such a luxury once he completely cuts off their path. Wang Tian secretly shook his head before focusing on Ji Lanfang's state. Although he was slightly injured, Ji Lanfang's situation was worse than his. You were reckless. Haha, true. But I've never had such a thrilling battle in my cultivation journey, replied Ji Lanfang. So, it was worth it. He can confidently say he learned more than 1,000,000 years of cultivation retreat and battle experience in this short battle. So, what are you going to do? I'm not stubborn beyond saving, replied Ji Lanfang. Since you showed me a better path, I would be a fool not to walk it. His goal or ambition is to see the pinnacle of swordsmanship. And since Wang Tian showed him the actual peak of swordsmanship, he will not hesitate to change his path. That's Ji. Wang Tian stopped midway through his sentence as he raised his head to see purple light emanating from the cloud. Purple merit, commented Ji Lanfang with slight surprise before realizing it made sense. Wang Tian did not create a new path as many people claimed. No, throughout the entire lower dimension, and even the Eternal Ascension's world, the way of the sword went astray as swordsmen walked an extreme path, abandoning the core idea of the harmony of essence, spirit, and qi. What Wang Tian did was redirect swordsmen back to the correct path that was in harmony with heaven and earth. Despite this, he still received the highest level of purple merit for his contribution. Wang Tian calmly received the merit with a smile. He could use this event to show these stubborn swordsmen his path was orthodox while they were crooked. Under the banner of orthodoxy, he can gather many swordsmen on his side. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, said Ji Lanfang with a smile. Thank you, replied Wang Tian before thinking of something. Wire, come here. The void opened and Wang Wei walked out. Brother Ji, how have you been since we last met? Asked Wang Wei with a smile, making Wang Tian's lips twitch. He considered Ji Lanfang a close friend and even a brother. He even considered becoming a sword brother with the latter. Unfortunately, Ji Lanfang was technically in the same generation as his son. If he became sword brother with the latter, Wang Wei would have to call him uncle. But now, Wang Wei called Ji Lanfang brother, which further made the seniority between the three becoming more complicated. The worst part is Wang Tian knew his son did it on purpose. I've been well, replied Ji Lanfang with some embarrassment as he, too, felt awkward with the entire seniority dynamic of this group. The previous him at the deception trial was carefree and would not care about such a thing. However, a long time has passed since then, and after becoming the sect master of his faction, he had to mature and conform to societal's customs. I see you've been well, added Ji Lanfang, a little envious of Wang Wei's ability to completely ignore societal norms and be as free as he wants. He often misses his younger self. Indeed, I've been well. Let's hope this will last long, replied with some unknown meaning. Can you help Ji Lanfang's arm? I can combine the power of time and nothingness to turn back time to the moment he had lost his arm. Will you be all right? It will take a few days. That's fine. There is no need, suddenly added Ji Lanfang, shaking his head. Fellow Taoist? I've only been able to simulate that strike without training it properly, so it can be considered incomplete. However, with the missing arm, I can better feel the power of nothingness and finally complete it, explained Ji Lanfang. Are you going to be all right with one arm? Asked Wang Tian. Please visit Panda N0V1. Even with one arm, I can still suppress my generation, replied Ji Lanfang. Of course, his explanation was not the only reason he refused Wang Wei's aid. His intuition as a swordsman told him it was not a good idea to owe any karmic debt to the latter. Wang Wei sensed Ji Lanfang's reservation toward him, but he did not say anything. Ji Lanfang can be a powerful ally for his plans. However, if the latter gets in his way, he would have mercy on him because of his father and just exile him to the upper dimension. Yes, a man should have such a domineering spirit, nodded Wang Tian as he felt his friend's state of mind was to his liking. For swordsmen of their caliber, limbs are only important when meeting someone of equal strength, and the slightest difference could determine the victor. All right, it's time for me to fulfill our end of the bargain, added Wang Tian before looking at his son. Wang Wei nodded before placing an array in the surrounding domain for the next few minutes. He activated the array, and the river of time suddenly manifested above the group. Then, an enormous piece of land came from the river of time. Luckily, Wang Wei stopped the prying eyes of everyone in the world. Otherwise, the people would realize this piece of land was a perfect copy of the domain where the two previously. Brilliant, blurted out Ji Lanfang, and he met his words. He could see Wang Wei had pulled out the same piece of land they fought from another timeline. Phew, exhaled Wang Wei. I'm glad it worked. Messing with parallel timelines with his current strength is dangerous and can result in terrible backlash. Luckily, the battle between these two was a recent event, and he had some karmic connection to this piece of land. As we agreed, this land belongs to you, said Wang Tian, and Ji Lanfang nodded before waving his hand to create a small world and putting the land inside. A middle-aged man dressed in all black with piercing eyes suddenly appeared behind Ji Lanfang. Wang Tian and Wang Wei immediately guessed the latter's identity and saluted. The old man saluted back before saying, "Sect Master, we need to leave." Ji Lanfang frowned for a moment before realizing the current situation. Although Wang Tian decided to break the old path, it was he who condensed it. As an outsider, the swordsman of the Myriad Emperor world will not care that they gave him permission. Many will still place the blame on his head. I see. He nodded before saying farewell to Wang Tian and Wang Wei before finally leaving. I'm on it. She was intelligent to know some people might kill the group to force the sect behind Ji Lanfang to become enemies with the Dao opening sect. Wang Wei then focused on his father. What will you do with this place? Leave for the sect only, or open it to other swordsmen? The sect will have control, but I will use it to solicit more swordsmen into my path. In that case, I suggest you create the Sword Alliance to gather and control the swordsmen of the world. Make the base in this place and grade someone from 1 to 12 based on their sword realms. You will be the alliance leader, and every generation, the best swordsman will be chosen as the leader. Wang Tian's eyes lit up as he realized how much of a great idea this was. With this sword alliance, the Dao opening sect will increase both its military and political power. And even if subsequent alliance leaders are not from the sect, the land where the alliance headquarters is built will belong to the Dao opening sect, thus granting them a lot of power in the alliance. Many swordsmen do not like to be restrained, but that does not matter, added Wang Tian. They can become outside members of the alliance and do missions to acquire points. Points they can use to comprehend Sword Realm in this blessed land. Good idea, uttered Wang Wei. Swordsmen are one of the best military forces in the world, and through the Sword Alliance he can gather and use their power. In the future, the sect should use more resources to cultivate swordsmen, added Wang Wei. The Dao opening sect has the inheritance of Sword Empress, so there were many swordsmen, especially during Wang Tian's reign as sect master. However, Wang Wei suddenly felt it was insufficient, so he decided to increase the resources to cultivate more swordsmen. That's a good idea. Plus, I know the perfect person for the position of vice leader, replied Wang Tian. Oh, who? An old acquaintance I need to apologize to, he said with a sigh. However, he did not go into much detail. I will leave you to deal with the aftermath. I need to go somewhere. He then disappeared, leaving a speechless Wang Wei. Being sect master sucks sometimes, he complained before calling people to deal with this domain. As for the Dao opening sect taking over such a blessed land for swordsmen, no one dare say anything except express their regret. Rejuvenation. While supervising the sect's takeover of this blessed land, Wang Wei wondered whether it was possible to control the devil cultivators in the Western continent through a method similar to the Sword Alliance. A devil alliance would require benefits to draw them in. Devil cultivators used flesh, blood, and soul to increase their cultivation and strength forcefully. Wang Wei can use his time and karma law to take blood from the past for them to use. He can also use his soul law to steal some souls from the past. Although this method has risks of affecting samsara, it's possible to achieve if he is careful enough. Unfortunately, after thinking for a moment, he realized this idea was not feasible. Why would the devil cultivators join the alliance and be forced to work for others when they can kill a city of mortals to gather flesh and blood? These cultivators do not care about mortality, so they would choose the easier path to gather cultivation resources. So, they would rather go on a killing spree than work for Wang Wei's Devil Alliance. And the situation might not improve even if they joined. These devil cultivators would cheat the mission given by the alliance, delegate the task to their subordinates or slaves, kill each other for alliance points, and forcefully take the credit of others. The main problem in controlling them is their twisted mindset, thought Wang Wei. So, the best approach is to use absolute force since they only worship strength. So, Wang Wei planned how to deal with the devil cultivators. Instill the fear of God into them. He will kill them until they submit and behave. And if they refuse to surrender, there won't be any devil cultivator factions from now on in the Myriad Emperor world. Although I cannot say for future generations, if they oppose me, I won't hesitate to wipe them out, thought Wang Wei with a ruthless light in his eyes, scaring the sect elders and disciples doing their business. Wang Wei smiled apologetically before teleporting to the sect. Meanwhile, these people began to wonder what unlucky person offended their sect master. They shook their heads since they could only offer their condolences to that person. Immortal Ascension World, Dharma Sword Sect, Ji Lanfang and his Dao protector, Silent Sword Immortal, finally arrived home. These people from the Dao opening sect are crazy, commented Ji Lanfang. In the way hope, more than 5 insurgents attacked the team. Luckily, Sword 1 followed them along and protected them. The Dao opening sect has become too powerful, thus breaking the balance of power. So, it's normal for other people to want to deal with them, uttered Silent Sword, who took the opportunity to get a brief understanding of the Myriad Emperor world while he was there. True. Isn't something similar happening to our sect? Ji Lanfang's rise of suppression in an entire generation was not well received by many people. And unfortunately, the Dharma Sword is not the Dao opening sect. Although they are one of the most powerful sects with 5 emperors, but they had no Eternals. So, most factions won't just wait for the Dharma Sword sect to cultivate not only an Eternal Emperor but an Eternal Supreme. After all, with the power and talent displayed by Ji Lanfang, he has a high chance of having such an achievement. Silent Sword did not continue on this topic and said something else. Sect Master, do you want to repeat Wang Tian's method? It's an excellent method to gather merit. And maybe even, no need. This is not my destiny, replied Ji Lanfang, who understood the subtle meaning behind these words. He could quickly enter the 12th Sword Realm with his talent, spread it in the Immortal Ascension world, and acquire merit. Furthermore, he will prove the Dao even before Wang Tian. So, if he wanted, he could spread the new sword path to the entire lower dimension and garner countless merit. The only trouble with this method would be Wang Tian's son. However, Ji Lanfang did not want to betray his friend. Such a vile act would only affect his sword Dao. As you wish. Silent Sword knew destiny could be fought for. However, he did not insist since the sect master did not want to. Furthermore, the decision might be a wise one. He could foresee that the sect master would become enemies with his friend's son if he walked the path. Honestly, Wang Wei's talent and power scared Silent Sword. It may not be worth the trouble, he thought. Sect master, what about your arm? It's no problem. After cultivating for a few years and adapting, his strength will not decrease because of the missing arm. Are you sure it was a good idea to reject their help? It was, replied Ji Lanfang. Although I have only interacted with Wang Wei briefly, I can see he is a man of immense ambitions. He had a keen intuition for these kinds of things as a swordsman. Before we know how his ambitions will affect us, it's best not to owe him too much karma. Indeed, Silent Sword agreed with this cautious approach. He only worries about the missing arm affecting the Dharma Sword sect's grand event of cultivating an Eternal Supreme. Well, I cannot stay long in mortal realm, said Silent Sword. Sect Master, take care of yourself. Thank you for protecting me, saluted Ji Lanfang as he watched Silent Sword ascend to the immortal realm. He then decided to enter seclusion, not leaving until the start of the Heaven-Will battle. In the mortal realm, without any immortal sovereign and Dao ancestor, Ji Lanfang was literally invincible. However, he never used his overwhelming strength to give more benefit to his sect because he knew there were a few methods for immortals to descend to the mortal realm for a short period. Ji Lanfang had to learn the hard way to be low-key due to the sheer number of assassination attempts he suffered from immortal-level powerhouses. Of course, he also became a legend after killing a few immortal sovereigns. Regardless, he decided to stay indoors to ensure he would become an emperor, making his sect rise to the pinnacle. Myriad Emperor World, Eastern Azure Dragon Continent, Casting Sword Villa. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Co. MGNE spewed another mouthful of blood after Wang Tian cut off a part of the old path. Damn it! Wang Tian, how could you be so crazy? He roared in anger. He took more pills to stabilize himself. A few minutes later, Casting One appeared in the room. Pa and D. Anovi1 Jenny knew how much sword-based factions like themselves would suffer after Wang Tian's actions. Casting One side, the prosperity of this new path is the trend of heaven and earth. Jenny's face became ugly to look at. What was the trend of heaven and earth? It meant something destined to happen, and nothing could stop it, just like the arrival of the new and prosperous era. Even as a trend of heaven and earth, there should be something we can do. The best option is to have someone as talented as Wang Tian use their skills to nourish the old path, added Casting One. However, that would only delay the inevitable. Jenny sighed with great sadness. If Shonger was still able, he might have a chance. Has there been any news about the Dao Heart solution? Unfortunately, not a single peep, replied Jenny. After Jian Wushuang's accident, the villa did not give up on him and searched for ways to treat him. They even send people to otherworld communities to find a cure. The only cure they found was a rare spiritual herb called the Dao Heart Solution that supposedly helped people fix their broken Dao hearts. Unfortunately, that solution is, at best, a legend since no one has ever heard or seen it, let alone have it in their possession. Bang! A terrifying sword will suddenly emanated from the room, surprising the two. They reacted and found the source, and were shocked when they saw it was from Jian Wushuang. I was wrong, muttered Jian Wushuang with a hoarse voice. My swordsmanship went astray. His eyes brightened up, becoming alive. They were no longer dull and listless. I should have never tried to control infinity, whether directly or through low resonance. Jian Wushuang coughed severely, but he ignored the situation of his body. Even the other two did not interrupt or help him. I should have incorporated it into the basic swordsmanship. My sword will is infinite slashes, infinite cuts, infinite parry, infinite stabs, and even infinite striking speed. Jian Wushuang's sword will sublimated as he found his own sword Dao, a pure sword Dao similar to Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang. Schwanger, you're healed. Jian Yi could not contain his excitement. Not really, replied Jian Wushuang, who knew very well the terrible shape of his body. The breakthrough in swordsmanship has awakened me from the stupor state, but my Dao heart is still broken. This? Don't worry, added Jian Wushuang, calm to the point of scary. I have already found a way to heal completely. However, my fate with the Emperor path is cut off in this generation. Jian Wushuang decided to walk a path similar to a motionless swordsman, dedicated only to the way of the sword with no desire to have a Dao companion. In this life, he will live and die for the sword. It's fine, reassured Jian Yi. You conceal yourself. You have a high chance of becoming an eternal emperor with your talent. Do you have any idea on how to deal with the situation? Suddenly asked Casting One. Isn't it obvious? Said Jian Wushuang. We have a better path. Why struggle holding into something destined to become useless? Things are not that simple. They are, he retorted. We will lose much of our power, but so will most swords factions. We need to eliminate those who cannot keep up while also focusing on cultivating the new generations with the right mindset for this new sword path. Casting One and Jian Yi frowned, pondering the consequences of the latter's words. This is a disaster but also an opportunity, said Jian Wushuang. After all, things sometimes need to break before rising and becoming stronger. The same principle applies to a sword. The two's eyes lit up before calming down. Old folks like us are too conservative, said Casting One with a big sigh. You can be in charge of this issue. I only ask you to be more sensitive when dealing with this transition. He then disappeared. Jian Yi also sighed but did not refute. Heal your physical problems. Then I will pass the Villa Master position to you. He also disappeared. Jian Yi could tell his disciple had grown up. It's a shame he had to experience such a cruel fate to mature to such an extent. Sword Alliance. Wang Tian teleported to the far northern part of the central continent, to a place known as the Supreme Sword Domain. He headed to the most prosperous place of this domain, Mighty Sword City. Wang Tian secretly went to the city lord. But to his surprise, two people seemed to be waiting for him. One was a middle-aged man dressed in a red robe, and the other was a young woman with a blue dress full of blood energy. Paren, Dan 0v1. C0M Shuexiang has seen Lord Wang Tian. Saluted the young girl. Are you waiting for me? My master told me you would come here. Wang Tian sighed after hearing this. All right, lead the way. Your Excellency, this way. said the middle-aged man who was the city lord. Although he controlled this large city full of powerhouses and resources, he did not dare have any attitude toward the former sect master of the Tao opening sect. The city lord led the two to a secret room full of formation. He activated them without wasting time, and Wang Tian and Shuexiang disappeared. Wang Tian soon found himself in another small world. A towering mountain was in the distance, with numerous cities at the base and the surrounding. He saw innumerable people flying in the sky with their swords. Wang Tian quickly noticed that 95% of the people he saw in this small world had a sword as their primary weapon. Additionally, he noticed the spiritual qi between heaven and earth was violent, making it more challenging to absorb for cultivation. In the past, I was arrogant and called the people of the demon god sword sect sword users, not swordsmen. But now, he secretly shook his head, admonishing his young self. Then, he followed Su Xiang to the towering mountain's peak. She guided him inside a hall but did not follow. Meanwhile, Wang Tian saw an older man with white hair and beard, bulging muscles, and mighty sword intent. However, the most striking thing about him was a scar on his left eye. "So, you've reached this realm as well?" "Of course," replied Fan Shun with a calm but heavy tone. "I already had the foundation, so it's normal I reached the stage after seeing you demonstrate." "Indeed, your demon god sword has been right all along," muttered Wang Tian. The demon god sword is an old sect despite having only one great emperor. Their founder, Demon God Sword Emperor, existed during the incense era and was quite talented. He was the first to preach that swordsmen need a powerful body, then condense their essence, spirit, and qi to reach higher realms. Unfortunately, he was talented in body refining but not swordsmanship. Before proving the Tao, he only reached the sword law realm, not even the sword domain realm. This meant he could use the power of his sword through the domain of the Saint realm, but not individually like other swordsmen who reached the 11th realm. Despite this, he was still a mighty first-class emperor. The Demon God Sword Emperor created a sect, hoping to pass on his ideal to the next generation. Unfortunately, their sect has been ridiculed by pure swordsmanship factions for over 4 eras. Until today. "Why are you here?" asked Fan Shun, not even asking Wang Tian to sit down or offer tea. "You know why I'm here." Fan Shun did not say anything but stared at Wang Tian. "I'm here to apologize," added Wang Tian, looking at the scar on the latter's face. When he was young, he could sometimes be too hot-blooded. So, he once met Fan Shun and discussed the way of the sword. Wang Tian thought Fan Shun was a mediocre swordsman and disdained interacting with the latter. He even called him a sword user, meaning someone who only uses the sword but does not cultivate the sword Tao. This was one of the worst insults a swordsman could receive. So Fan Shun criticized Wang Tian's ignorance and pride. Angered, Wang Tian almost killed the latter with one slash, leaving that scar on his face. However, Wang Tian remembered Fan Shun's words as he lay bleeding on the floor. "One day, you'll realize I was right." Before leaving, Wang Tian sneered. He felt he would dirty his sword to kill someone like Fan Shun. Please visit Panda N0V1. What did you say? "I didn't hear it correctly," said Fan Shun as he casually cleaned his ears. "Is this necessary?" "What do you think?" replied Fan Shun. "I knew this day would come, but I thought it would be way later in your cultivation path when I'm dead and buried. So, I prepared for my descendants to receive that apology." Fan Shun sneered before laughing. His voice echoed like a dragon roaring. "Who knew heaven favored me and allowed me to see this day? All right, I sincerely apologize for my actions back then. I was young and ignorant," uttered Wang Tian with a wry smile. "Yes, you were," sighed Fan Shun, as a weight lifted from his shoulder. He looked to the sky. "Founder, do you see this? You were right all alone. It's a shame your unfilial descendant spent so long before showing the world your vision and broad mind." Fan Shun thought of countless demon god sword sect disciples since ancient times, all with the mission of proving the founder was correct. And only with his generation did they succeed. Unfortunately, he had no chance of proving the Tao. Otherwise, The sect could use this opportunity to rise and prosper in the Myriad Emperor world. They could have even inherited the destiny of the new sword path, ensuring the longevity of their sect for countless generations to come. Fan Shun sighed again before focusing on Wang Tian. Something tells me you did not come here only to apologize. You're correct, nodded Wang Tian. I came to invite you to be the vice leader of the Sword Alliance? Sword Alliance? Wang Tian explained the situation to him regarding the creation of the alliance, and Fan Shun's eyes lit up, but only for a moment before returning to a dull calmness. Our demon god sword sect is not powerful enough to hold the position of vice leader. He could foresee the power such an alliance would have and the strength he would wield as a vice leader. As such, he knew many people would not be convinced that such a small and weak emperor lineage to hold such a high position. I need to send the message that anyone with the right qualification can have a high position in the alliance, no matter their background, persuaded Wang Tian. Furthermore, your demon god sword sect has been following the ideologies of the new sword path for generations. You have the foundation for the alliance to quickly get a foothold. Fan Shun understood why Wang Tian chose him. His sect has the foundation to rapidly cultivate swordsmen of the new path, thus allowing the alliance to gain power and influence in the Myriad Emperor world. Meanwhile, he can use this opportunity for his sect to rise and set foot at the top of the food chain of this world. It's a win-win situation. It's going to be dangerous and risky, commented Fan Shun. Everything in the cultivation world is dangerous and risky, countered Wang Tian. The question is the risk is worth the reward. Indeed, said Fan Shun. He was not an indecisive individual. On the contrary, once he makes up his mind on something, he will do it with all his strength and ability. This is the reason he can persist that the old sword path was wrong for so many years, ignoring the world's scorn and disdain. Fine, I accept. Excellent. Wang Tian discussed the establishment of the Sword Alliance with Fan Shun before heading out to recruit a few more people he thought would fit. Finally, he found 4 more people and gave them the position of Sword Hall Master. As such, the Sword Alliance had a preliminary division of power. The Alliance leader was the top, followed by the Vice Leader and the 4 Sword Hall Protectors, which Wang Tian named after the 4 divine beasts: Dragon, Phoenix, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. A month later, the sect finished constructing the Alliance's headquarters with the help of many weapon refiners. Then, Wang Tian also had someone refine a luck-condensing artifact for the Alliance in the form of a sword before condensing the luck of the new sword path. On the opening day, visions appeared throughout the Myriad Emperor world, as Wang Tian's voice could be heard in every corner of the world. Many swordsmen then realized Wang Tian would not wait before shaking the power or foundation of the old sword path. No, he has already prepared for the future. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do. Many swordsmen joined the Sword Alliance after the opening. Most were young cultivators who were more malleable in their beliefs and philosophies. And the other group simply wanted an opportunity to enlightenment on the Blessed Land so their sword realm could improve. Extreme versus Ultimate, Eternal Ascension World, Origin Seal Continent. Wu Hong teleported to Sword Empress hideout. What is it? I feel the destiny of the ultimate sword path connected to the Tao opening sect's luck, said Wu Hong. Oh, the kid must have succeeded, uttered Sword Empress with brilliant eyes. She thought he would be as stubborn as her. So, it's related to your descendant in the lower dimension. Yes, and it's quite the talented fellow. Oh, for you to acknowledge someone else's talent, he must be exceptional. She knew her son was very harsh when judging talent, maybe even too strict. However, her harshness had cultivated plenty of peerless talent for the Tao opening sect. It's a shame many of them seem to have terrible luck. Yes, I cannot wait for him to reach my level and challenge me for the Sword Grand Tao source position. You have so much faith in him? Yes, the kid's talent is not under him, nodded Sword Empress. The only thing he lacked was luck and destiny. Luckily, his son, who is an even bigger monster, made up for the deficiency. His son is even more talented? Wu Hong was genuinely surprised since she knew how high such an evaluation was coming from Sword Empress. If nothing unexpected happens, he's the one destined to end the era of these parasites, replied Sword Empress, looking in the distance. Plus, Brother Qishan believes he's the one who will show us a path toward detachment. He's that talented? Although I have my skepticism, I must admit this kid is talented and has too many destinies intertwined with him. Plus, you know Qiyuan's vision. Wu Hong nodded as she knew Qiyuan was the kind of talent that could take the entire Chaos universe into account as he strategized and planned for countless Yuan epics in the future. So, his vision is unparalleled. Well, that does not matter now since the kid probably has not even proven the Tao yet, added Wu Hong. Before the latter takes that step, everything else is relevant since his mortal fate will forever hinder him from accomplishing all his destinies. I came to ask whether you would take the destiny of the ultimate sword path after healing. It's a good way to heal. No need. I don't need to fight with my juniors. Although Sword Empress could take the destiny of the upper dimension and Wang Tian that of the lower dimension, she would not take something so beneficial from her descendant. Then you should pave the way for him, added Wu Hong. Indeed, but I might not need to act. Sword Empress knew how stubborn swordsmen were, especially the ones from the upper dimension. They've learned the existence of the ultimate sword path for eons, but no one has even gathered the destiny of that path. The swordsman from the extreme sword path would exterminate anyone who tried. In the past, Sword Empress killed a few paragons to show the extreme sword path was better than the ultimate path. But now, she prepared to kill anyone who tried to gather the destiny of the ultimate and protect Wang Tian from the cult-like swordsman from the extreme sword path. What I worry about is whether one of these parasites would train someone to gather the luck of the ultimate sword path, said Sword Empress. If they do, we will secretly help the rebellion and kill them, said Wu Hong. Since her friend wanted to pave the way for her descendant, she would help. Good, but be careful not to be discovered. Anyway, they cannot achieve success in a short time even if they try. Gathering the luck of any path or ideology is not a simple thing. You're underestimating the situation, added Wu Hong. Time Eater seemed in a hurry, maybe even a little desperate. So, cultivating a ninth paragon on their side is an excellent method to stabilize the situation. And if it is one who controls the luck of the ultimate sword path, his control over the world will become higher. Sword Empress frowned. We should increase our support for the rebellion, otherwise they may not last long. It's a perfect time now that Supreme Unity is busy with the dark truth. Pand AN0V1. Calm, Su Junyao has been in a bad position recently because of her apprentice, said Wu Hong after thinking for a moment. So, let's use Emperor Kong. Anyway, he's well hidden and protected by his sage's golden body of merit. Okay, but still be careful. Some of these people might be really crazy enough to ignore the consequence and kill him. I will. Sword Empress suddenly sighed. I cannot believe we have been reduced to such a situation. Please visit Panda N0V1. Back at her peak, she could kill any of these parasites with one finger. But now, she has to hide like a rat and rely on a bunch of weak tier 11 and 10 people to secretly fight her battles. The cultivation world has always been ever-changing, and fate even more mercurial. All things must rise before falling, then repeat the cycle, replied Wu Hong. So, it's not surprising we reached such a low, given how high we once stood. I'm glad you're taking the situation better than me. Wu Hong smiled but did not answer. Although her memories of the ultimate taboo were foggy and unclear, she knew she underwent a sublimation of the state of the mind because of an experience. At her level, such a change was rare and extremely valuable. As such, she could adapt to her situation rather swiftly. Furthermore, she retained more strength than Sword Empress and did not suffer the humiliation of being hunted down. All right, I'll get to it. Wait, said Sword Empress. Are you sure we should not deal with these outside forces? She was worried that other Chaos worlds would take the opportunity while the Eternal Ascension world was weak to invade and acquire more resources or benefits. Don't worry. Nothing will happen as long as Maitri and Supreme Unity are here. Wu Hong has already analyzed that these two tycoons wanted stability throughout the Eternal Ascension, hence the reason they supported the actions of the 8 parasites. Although Maitreya appeared to no longer care for stability recently, Supreme Unity remained the same. So, he will never allow outside forces to interfere and cause chaos. What about the dark truth? Should we be worried? What's the point? She replied with a wry smile. Even those two are powerless. Indeed, the dark truth is something even Grand Tao cannot deal with. So, even if these two reached half-step detachment, they would also be powerless. I forgot that this world is so complicated that it's sometimes frustrating, commented Sword Empress. After reaching the end of the Grand Tao source, many paragons would feel they were now capable of discovering all the truths and secrets of the chaos universe. And that idea would send them on a journey of realizing how small and insignificant they actually are compared to the vast chaos universe. The worst part about this journey is that the path forward is cut, so they have no way to truly unravel the universe's secrets. Paragons would then realize the world was a cage and were simply prisoners with more rights than the others. Wu Hong also sighed. We are alive, which means we have hope. She then disappeared. Wang Wei almost ran away from the Sword Alliance. His father wanted him to help with the early establishment of the alliance. Unfortunately, he barely managed his sect, let alone help others with their problems. He rushed home to see his lovely wife. For some reason, he missed her terribly despite not seeing her only for a few hours. Wang Wei then spent the next few days in the bliss of yin-yang harmony. He wanted to enter seclusion but suddenly sensed Li Jun's return, so he went to see him. How did it go? Although there were some twists and turns, the war talisman is finally in my possession, replied Li Jun. Twists and turns. Wang Wei thought it would be relatively easy to get the talisman. The inheritance spirit felt the war Tao was only a part of my slaughter Tao, so the talisman would be wasted on me. So he didn't want to give it to me. Li Jun had to convince the spirit, and the latter even made the trial 10 times more challenging. Well, as long as you succeed, nodded Wang Wei before handing him the slaughter heart. Li Jun's eyes lit up after knowing the use of this thing. With the war talisman, the slaughter heart, and my crazy plan, I might reach 6-leaf strength. And once he refined the slaughter weapon, his strength would further reach a higher level. He was excited as he slowly placed the heart away. Oh, I met Dition. You what? Yes, I think he was also searching for the war talisman. Are you all right? You seem fine. I think it was only a clone. However, he injured me with one attack, said Li Jun, shaking his head. I took the opportunity to activate my life-saving talisman and ran away. That's smart, nodded Wang Wei. He spent the next few hours talking to Li Jun, preparing for the final battle. Then, he tasked his Fate Shadow Guard to check on Dition's movement. He knew his actions were pointless. After all, it's very easy for people of their levels to hide their tracks. Afterward, he left a clone to spend time with his wife while he entered seclusion. Seclusion. Wang Wei's seclusion was not inside his fate-transcending mountain or the sect master's Tianwei Peak. He entered a small world called Dao Tree Secret Realm. As soon as he entered, he saw a gigantic forest with countless trees shining with Dao lights, rhymes, and even Dao sounds. The size of this small world was on par with the best Great Thousand World, but there were only these trees. Wang Wei looked at this forest and could not help sighing. Every time the sect's Quasi-Emperor, Supreme, Saint, and Void-Shattering Realm reached the end of their lifespan or were about to die for some unknown reasons, they had 2 options. First, seal themselves in bloodstone and wake up to serve the sect during a catastrophe. Secondly, use a secret technique to remove their law altar and Dao tree and leave it in this secret realm to serve as the sect's foundation. So, generation after generation, this secret realm slowly developed before reaching this stage. It has become a manifestation of the Dao opening sect's foundation. Secret realms like this are the difference between ancient and new sects like the Emperor Enlightening Academy. Although they have the second number of great emperors, their existence is not nearly as long to have such a secret realm. Wang Wei waved his hand to manifest a cushion floating in the air. He sat down and a time formation appeared around him. He deployed his 365 future Buddha self and trillion spirit particles before closing his eyes to cultivate. Immediately, the trees in the secret realm began to sway back and forth as their Tao rhymes activated. Wang Wei then found his mind extremely clear. The laws of heaven and earth became easier to understand. Additionally, the law comprehension of the tree's owners allowed him to learn by comparison. However, Wang Wei did not stop there. Once in a while, a book will manifest before him, and he will comprehend them. His fate shadow guard has already infiltrated most of the emperor lineages of the world, allowing them to access their emperor scripture. Although these scriptures did not contain the Tao rhyme of the originals, he did not mind since his monstrous comprehension allowed him to still understand them. Of course, he did not cultivate all of them. Pan, DN0VE1, C, M. Finally, Wang Wei began his journey of comprehending the fate of myriad Tao. He had this idea long ago to use his fate Tao to control all other Tao, thus achieving the same effect as greater chaos Tao. Time became irrelevant to Wang Wei as he continued his journey of the Tao. His Tao fruit grew with the growth of his cultivation realm. Simultaneously, his Dharma body also developed. Wang Wei did not know how tall it was, but it was enormous. From ancient to modern times, few people could compare to him in the size of their Dharma body. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Wei felt he had reached the peak of the supreme realm. However, he did not immediately break through. Instead, he used a secret technique to call a few Tao tribulations to temper his Tao fruits further. Once he felt he had reached the peak, he proceeded to the next step. His only complaint was that his Tao tree was still silver, even though he knew this was inevitable. During Gu Shen's trial, he learned about the Emperor Tao world's cultivation system and had an idea of how to make his supreme realm unique. Now, he finally reached the stage to accomplish his plan. In the 8th realm of that cultivation system, the cultivators condense an incarnation of self from their fruits of laws before fusing with it in the next realm. The fruit of law is similar to the Tao fruit of the origin system, so he wanted to copy their methods. Wang Wei's primordial spirit separated a few spirit particles to fuse with the different Tao fruits in the Tao tree. Using the cultivation method of the Emperor Tao world system, he refined his primordial spirit into his incarnation of self. Dang! A weird wave spread from the Tao tree throughout Wang Wei's sea of consciousness. Because of that wave, he felt his primordial spirit was purified by a small amount. He knew if it were not for the abnormal level of his soul, the purification process would be a baptism that drastically increased his strength and power. I should add this incarnation of self method into the new origin system when I update it, thought Wang Wei before focusing on the actual changes in his body. The purpose of the incarnation of self is to allow cultivators to have a sublime level of control of the laws of heaven and earth. And his method also worked the same for him. Wang Wei suddenly gathered the power of his other incarnations to properly feel the changes in his body. I've reached half-step into the Emperor control. He initially divided his force control skill into 5 levels: Full Control, Master Control, Grandmaster Control, Pinnacle Control, and Heavenly Tao Control. However, as he cultivated this technique, he realized Pinnacle Control was too broad, so he further divided the level after Grandmaster Control into more stages. Please visit Panda N0V1. Immortal Pinnacle, Immortal Control, Tao Control, Emperor Control, and Heavenly Tao Control. Previously, he had only reached Tao Control, but now he had stepped into Emperor Control. The only reason I cannot reach that level is my lack of strength or cultivation realm, thought Wang Wei. However, I should reach complete Emperor Control once I achieve the 10 Extremity Foundation and acquire great Emperor level strength. During the cleanup, he had taken a glance at an even higher level, Heavenly Tao Control, allowing him to establish a foundation for the future. But now, he no longer had to take time to reach Emperor Control once he proved the Tao. He could directly focus on achieving Heavenly Tao Control. Wang Wei exhaled deeply as he muttered, "This is the result of combining different civilizations. Cultivators should take more advantage of different cultivation systems. He understood only some were talented enough to combine two different cultivation systems into something better. However, cultivators would greatly benefit by simply opening their minds and learning from other systems. They should exchange and communicate more. The Myriad Emperor world made the wrong decision by shutting themselves off from the endless void. This act greatly regressed their civilization and prevented any further development. Wang Wei pondered these things briefly before focusing on his cultivation. He checked his Dui realm. As expected, it further evolved after making his supreme realm unique. Although it had changed after his Dharma body broke the limit of 1.269 trillion meters, he felt it was not the same. A more mighty Dui realm equals a stronger Tao will. So that's good news for me. Wang Wei then focused on breaking through into the quasi-emperor realm. Cultivators fused their bodies with the Dharma body in this stage, achieving a pseudo-Tao body or emperor body. The size of the Dharma body is usually the actual body of any quasi-emperor. However, because of psychology and the environment, 99% will shrink their bodies to regular human sizes and only use their real body during high-intensity battles. However, I am different. Wang Wei chose the reverse way. He shrunk his Dharma to be the same size as his body before fusing. The result of this method should be a more condensed and powerful Tao body. However, this thing is more tricky than I anticipated. The Dharma body is the physical manifestation of a cultivator's Tao. It's both real and unreal. So, condensing requires very subtle manipulation of the law, which is something he excelled at. However, it also needed more time than he anticipated. I will temper my body as I wait. Wang Wei then focused on condensing more black holes inside his body as he waited for the Dharma body to shrink to the size he wanted. Previously, he only condensed 10,000 black holes. But now, he focused on completing the ancient desolate body refining scripture. As he condensed more black holes, Wang Wei watched as his realm in the true power Tao realm rapidly increased. Then, when he condensed 250,000 black holes, he finally reached the fourth layer, infant fiend god stage. Wang Wei stood in a desolate secret realm and clenched his hand before punching the air. Is this the power of one fiend god force? I can fight one root Tao ancestor with my body alone. One fiend god force equaled the power to destroy 1% of a heaven will world. With 100 fiend god force, I will be able to destroy a heaven will world with one punch, muttered Wang Wei. This power level is beyond even an eternal emperor. Is this power of a fiend god that was just born? Wang Wei could not help but shake his head as he realized how unfair heaven and earth were. According to this true power Tao realm, infant fiend gods were born with the strength of Tao ancestor. And as they grow and develop, they will reach strength beyond 20% of the grand Tao source. He then focused on himself. It took 250,000 black holes to reach the fourth level. By the time I condense all millions of them, I won't travel far in the fourth layer, he muttered, realizing how difficult it is to walk the true power Tao. Quasi-Emperor Realm. Wang Wei continued his seclusion. He waited for his Dharma body to condense to his desired size while creating more black holes in his acupoints. Simultaneously, he also continues to deepen his understanding of the Tao through law comprehension and emperor scriptures. Pan, DN0VE1, C. M. Wang Wei stood half-naked in his cultivation realm. Countless small lights appeared all over his body. 269 million to be exact. He clenched his hands as he sensed the overwhelming power coursing through his body. Only 9 fiend god force, he muttered with a wry smile. The true power Tao cultivation was not easy. I reckon there won't be much of an increase after I fuse with the incarnations, commented Wang Wei about his situation. According to his calculation, the other incarnations should reach a similar level as him in their body cultivation. However, the final outcome won't be a simple addition of their fiend god force after fusing. So, the final result will not be as high as Wang Wei would love. I already knew the true power Tao was not easy. He shook his head, focusing on more important things. Wang Wei now had the strength of late-stage one-root Dao ancestor only with his fleshly body. He calculated that he could reach the peak after a few more Fiend God forces. 9 Fiend God force meant his attack could destroy 9% of the Myriad Emperor world without Heavenly Dao reinforcing the world or using World Source to rapidly heal the damage. Of course, he also could not destroy the world with 10 consecutive punches. I wonder how many Fiend God force will be equal to an Eternal Emperor, wondered Wang Wei. The infant Fiend God layer was not linear. For example, 1 Fiend God force equals the power of a one-root Dao ancestor. But according to Wang Wei's calculations, an Eternal Emperor was probably around 40 to 50 Fiend God force, despite the fact they were 1,000 times, if not more, powerful than a Dao ancestor. Let's not focus on things that are too far from us, muttered Wang Wei. I should focus on how terrible the tribulation for this layer will be. The 3rd layer test was terrifying and almost broke him despite his immense willpower. As such, he expects the subsequent tribulations to be as harsh, if not worse. Wang Wei frowned as he thought of his future. I will ask Wu Hong for her experience to learn from. He learned many valuable and subtle ways to temper his body from the desolate emperor. However, the latter did not talk much about the tribulations, most likely, hoping Wang Wei would experience them himself and use them as an opportunity to gather more experience. Luckily, I should be able to hold on for the tribulation until I become an emperor. Wang Wei put his clothes back on before teleporting to another secret realm. He saw a vast land with a few spiritual herbs planted. However, many of these herbs had colorful fog emanating from them. Furthermore, the disciples caring for these spiritual herbs had powerful protective talismans around them. Wang Wei dared not even check some of these spiritual herbs with divine sense and could only glance at them. Liling did an excellent job with these poisons, especially the dragon-binding grass, thought Wang Wei, focusing on a blue-colored grass spiritual herb with dragon designs on the leaves. There is no point in using them now for body tempering. After proving the Dao, I can nourish them with the power of the Grand Dao Source to turn them into Emperor-tier spiritual herb. This method will make these poisons more effective for his true power Dao cultivation. Wang Wei only wanted to check on these things on a whim, so once he finished, he returned to his cultivation. After condensing all 1,000,000 black holes, he technically finished cultivating the mortal layer of the ancient desolate body refining scripture. As for the immortal layer that made it an insurgent technique, Wang Wei could not cultivate it because of the risks. Without having the immortal essence that immortal venerables, Dao ancestors, and great emperors had, he had a high chance of dying or being crippled if he cultivated that layer. However, Wang Wei researched that layer and realized it could provide some help in the future. The immortal layer had 2 parts: soul modification and primordial god veins. According to the scripture, any person who succeeds in cultivating it can have the power of a 6-star primordial god per march. Unfortunately, even a talented person like Desolate One only cultivated to the level of 5-star per march and had the strength of Pseudo-Eternal. Please visit Panda N0V1. Co. M. Wang Wei estimated there are not enough resources in the lower dimension to cultivate the scripture to the highest level. Furthermore, there is a chance the highest layer of the scripture is theoretical. Ancient Desolate might have only completed this scripture after he ascended. Wang Wei was not sure. Despite his monstrous comprehension, there are certain things he cannot truly understand until he reaches a certain realm. So he can only theorize. Wang Wei continued tempering his body while waiting for the Dharma body to shrink. He used the divine thunder sealed inside his body. It's one of the few things still working for him. Furthermore, he did not stop working on his acupoints. Although he no longer had to condense black holes, he could nourish them and expand their size as a way to cultivate his fleshly body. The only downside to these tempering methods was the slow speed of cultivation. His current cultivation speed was a nightmare compared to the past when he felt his strength drastically increasing every second and minute. The situation should improve after the final battle since I will have more options for immortal tier opportunities and resources, muttered Wang Wei before focusing on becoming a quasi-emperor. After what felt like an eternity, the Dharma body final shrink, and Wang Wei fused with it. Thousands of gray lights emanated from his body during the process, followed by mysterious runes. His body also exuded Tao rhymes and heavenly sounds, meaning someone could become enlightened just by standing near him. And since his dharma contained a river of fate from his heavenly physique, a vision of the fate river also manifested behind him. Subsequently, Wang Wei felt his connection or affinity to the main branch of the river of fate drastically increase. Is this a good or bad thing? He pondered. However, he could not come up with an answer. So far, it seemed it was to his advantage. But he was always wary of the river of fate after his mortal dust. Is this the pseudo-Tao body? Muttered Wang Wei, concentrating on the changes in his body. After an emperor stays too long in an environment, the place will be contaminated with Tao rhymes, turning it into a blessed land for cultivation. Now, Wang Wei could see his body also exuded signs of having these characteristics. His body seemed to be in harmony with the Tao as his every gesture contained the profound truth of heaven and earth. He once theorized about the changes cultivators would undergo during the cultivation journey. In the early stages, from body refining to primordial spirit realm, cultivators turned themselves from flesh and blood creatures to energy life forms. Before the primordial spirit realm, cultivators could be considered half-flesh and half-energy creatures. However, after condensing their primordial spirit, they can abandon their body and live as spirits or complete energy creatures. From the void-shattering realm to the great emperor realm, cultivators transformed from energy life forms to conceptual life forms. They existed in a higher dimension where they could not only control different concepts and ideas, but they were the embodiment of these concepts. A better name would be Tao body embryo, he commented. As long as the embryo is baptized by the grand Tao source, it will turn into a true Tao or emperor body. Wang Wei continued checking the changes in his body. His lifespan should have drastically increased after this breakthrough. Unfortunately, he used the resources from the demon supremacy world to achieve the lifespan limit of a mortal 1 yuan epoch or 269 trillion years. Then, he went to the battle pagoda to check his strength. He fought with the interaction of Dtian he created from his defeat in the heavenly abode world. Wang Wei was easily the victor since that version did not finish his 9-extremity foundation. Then, he created another one based on the information he gathered from the oracle mirror. Barely 2 root even with my fleshly body. It's a similar result as the other incarnations he analyzed after exiting the pagoda. Logically speaking, he should reach 5 root as long as he fused with the 8 incarnations that also have 2 root strength. Unfortunately, the difference between each root is vast. Furthermore, there is a limit of 4 root for people who use the unorthodox 9-extremity foundation. Luckily, I have the Fate Palace and Fate Goo for baptism, so I don't have to worry about an incompletion. He exhaled deeply. After countless years and numerous tribulations, he finally reached this stage. Next is the final fusion, he muttered before leaving. Completed 9-extremity, Wang Wei stood in another secret realm with a transplanar transmission array. The array lit up as he calmly waited. A few seconds later, someone who looked exactly like him walked, with the only difference being the black hair and eyes. "So, you're the first," said Wang Wei. "It seems so," replied the free will incarnations. "Let's not waste time and immediately fuse. We have to wait for fate to arrive." A few minutes later, another Wang Wei walked out of the formation, and it was the Fate incarnation. Although technically a mortal with no cultivation, he could easily kill an immortal venerable with his mighty soul power and deep understanding of the law of heaven and earth. "Is everything ready?" he asked. "Yes." "Then, let's begin." The 3 sat cross-legged in the air with their eyes closed. 9 palaces manifested above his head, releasing a gray light that entered Wang Wei and the free will incarnation's body. The Fate incarnation waved his hand, and the Fate Goo flew into a pool in one of the palaces. Finally, Wang Wei began the fusion. The first thing he experienced in the process was the memory of the incarnation. He watched how the latter cultivated from the body-tempering realm until the free will incarnation became a quasi-emperor. Wang Wei took this opportunity to experience every realm of the original system a second time, starting from scratch. This benefited him greatly, including a deeper understanding of the Tao. He created the free will incarnation from Jin Chaos Body, so the latter did not have to start from a mortal like the other incarnations. Nevertheless, Wang Wei's Tao heart was still baptized through the incarnation's mission. Another benefit of this fusion was the increase in his fleshly body. Wang Wei worried the different chaos materials fused by the various incarnations would cause problems during the fusion. But he was wrong. The materials turned into power or energy to elevate the fleshly body to a higher level. So, they technically disappear while cultivating the ancient desolate body refining scripture. So, the final fusion was one of flesh and flesh. Even the black holes of the incarnation became nourishment for the black holes of Wang Wei's main body. Is this the power of existence? The incarnations are clones, yet they are also another extension of me, thought Wang Wei as he analyzed the changes in his body. He saw his Tao tree had some golden colors scattered in the silver parts. He knew this was the benefit of using the 9 fate palaces as a catalyst for the fusion. I feel my fateless abilities are now complete after fusing with this incarnation, muttered Wang Wei. Then he continued. P&D and Ov1. Co-MHE experienced a life of goodness, joy, and light from the Yin incarnation. Of course, the life of a woman. From the Yang incarnation, Wang Wei experienced a life of evil, slaughter, sadness, and darkness. Based on his spiritual hints, the 2 incarnations each experienced mortal dust, ensuring a stable and potent Tao heart. Their mortal dust had some unique aspects as they each turned into the sun and moon for a while. The power of yin-yang emanated from Wang Wei's body as he finished his fusion. His body, soul, origin essence, law, Dui realm, battle experience, and Tao heart once again sublimated. He felt the power coursing through his veins and nodded in satisfaction. The only thing he was not happy about was the Dui realm. With the memories from Earth, these incarnations tried to push the boundary of the cultivation system. Unfortunately, they could not succeed because they were an extension of Wang Wei's main body. They could use the Dui realm but only the one from the main body. The worst part is they only discover the reason behind their failures once they regain their memories. The next incarnation was luck. While fusing with this one, Wang Wei's face changed, showing a range of negative emotions. Sadness, despair, grief, guilt, pain, loss, and anger. He looked like a schizophrenic patient, experiencing countless personalities simultaneously. Then, tears dropped from his eyes as he opened them. He exhaled deeply. I finally understand his pain. He experienced the luck incarnation's emotion as he watched Wu Hong die. He felt the despair and helplessness of the latter, the guilt for his own weakness and lack of ability. I will never let something like that happen. He would die before watching something happen to her. Although Wu Hong told him his action would be selfish since he would leave her alone in the world, he did not care. He would be selfish if such a situation presented itself. Please visit Panda N0V1. MHE exhaled deeply, managing his emotions. The next fusion was with the Karma incarnation. Wang Wei watched as the latter tried to be detached or transcend the shackles of karma. After many unsuccessful attempts, the Karma incarnation chose to create a river of karma and fuse with the karma of all living things, thus becoming the source of karma. With this method, he was no longer bound by any karmic debts or restraints. I have a feeling this experience will be extremely beneficial to me later on, he muttered before checking the changes. This incarnation fused with the river of karma he created, so Wang Wei's unbound karma physique further sublimated after the fusion. He now had the karmic resistance of a great emperor, meaning he could slaughter hundreds of heaven-will world and not be affected by karmic sins. Excellent. After the great Tao source baptism, this physique should further evolve, pondered Wang Wei before continuing with the next incarnation. Life and death or samsara. Did you eliminate all the traces? Wang Wei asked. Yes. Old man Nether won't find anything even if he turned heaven and earth upside down, replied the samsara incarnation. Excellent. replied Wang Wei before proceeding with the fusion. Things proceeded smoothly as he drastically improved in all aspects. As he opened his eyes, his vision changed as he saw a red room with countless cloud-shaped blobs. He looked at one of the blobs and could tell this soul would be reincarnation approximately 6 generations from now in the Myriad Emperor world. However, Wang Wei suddenly frowned as he looked at another soul. Grandfather will be reincarnated into another world community? Although he was still resentful toward the man, he knew what he meant for his grandmother. So, he waved his hand to change his reincarnation time to be the same as his grandma's. Finally, he linked their soul to have a love fate line before blessing them with ample luck. I wish you all the blessing and love in your next journey. He closed his eyes as he continued his cultivation. The next incarnation was destiny. The mortal dust of this incarnation was interesting. He became a tyrant that controlled the destiny of everyone in the world. He released knowledge of his existence, desiring people to revolt against their fate and try to defeat him. Many tried, but unfortunately no one succeeded. The most significant benefit of this fusion is his Tao heart tempering. He was very satisfied with the result. Additionally, he fused the latter's Book of Destiny into his Proving Tao artifact, sublimating it into an ultimate Emperor artifact embryo. The last incarnation was Order Disorder. Through this fusion, Wang Wei experienced what it was like to be Heavenly Tao through the latter's mission. When the Order clone first replaced Heavenly Tao in a lower thousand world, the latter felt his mind became cold, indifferent, and calculating. He tried to resist that change but realized he needed to retain a certain level of apathetic mindset to control the entire laws of a world. And as he became the Heavenly Tao of a middle and greater thousand world, the amount of information he needed to process every second was astronomical, so he needed to stay in a state of indifference for a longer period of time. Through this incarnation, Wang Wei further peeped into the workings of Heavenly Tao, thus increasing his understanding of the Heavenly Tao control of his force control skill. Lastly, he learned more ways to access and control his willpower. The last step, muttered Wang Wei as the 9 fate palaces fused with his main body. His aura suddenly increased as he underwent a baptism. A potent power of fate nourished his body and boosted his strength to another level. I feel complete, commented Wang Wei as he felt the peak 5 root strength he possessed. 9 extremity is wonderful. It's a shame I cannot leave any records for the sect, muttered Wang Wei. The 9 extremity foundation is one of the core secrets of heaven and earth, so it contains certain karmic power which prevents people from leaving any records of its existence. Furthermore, even people who know about it will have their memories become blurry and even doubt the existence of the 9 extremity foundation. The only exception to this rule is Emperor, but even they cannot leave written records of the 9 extremity. For example, after Wang Wei leaves, his ancestors' memories of the 9 extremity will also become unclear, and many will directly forget it. However, as long as he, Ditian, Wrath, and Chu Luo are present in the lower dimension, knowledge of the 9 extremity will not be affected. So, if Jin Mengyao does not take the opportunity to use his current knowledge about 9 extremity, it will disappear from his mind after Wang Wei leaves. Wang Wei looked at his fate incarnation. Are you ready? Of course. Let's go. He took the orb containing the science and technology world and entered. Fierce General. After feeling something wrong with the cleanup, Ditian left with his shadow, returning to the Myriad Emperor world. His father immediately came to see him after his return. The cleanup is already finished? Asked the D-clan patriarch. Something went wrong, so I left alone. What happened? He asked with a frown. It doesn't matter, replied Ditian. Does the clan have any sealed heaven chosen who practice overlord or tyrant Tao? The patriarch pondered for a moment. There should be. Why? I need one to be my general. Do you even need a general? He knew his son's strength, so he felt the latter was guaranteed to win this generation's battle. This is one of the reasons Dizong did not mind his son was the reincarnation of some powerhouses. I thought I did not, but Wang Wei's strength caught up with me. Ditsong immediately frowned and hurriedly asked, "How sure are you to win?" "I don't know." Ditian would be sure if it were before, since he could break the limit of 9 extremity. However, he knew Wang Wei was the kind of person who could create miracles. Ditsong immediately became nervous since he's never heard any uncertainty from his son before. "There is no need to worry," added Ditian. He was not as worried about the final battle because of his emperor soul. He now broke the limit of his soul and can continue to reincarnate. The only reason he wanted to prove the Tao in this generation no matter is he knew Qing'er imprint might not survive past this generation. Ditsong sighed to calm down. "Follow me." He took his son to a secret realm where numerous coffins with profound seals around them. Ditsong held a talisman while reviewing information about these sealed heaven-chosen. Soon, he found the person he wanted. Ditsong then used a secret technique to unlock the coffin. Then, a fierce and brutal aura emanated from the coffin. "I'm awake," said a beautiful and melodious voice. "Finally, this suffering has ended." A woman dressed in plain black clothes walked out of the coffin. Her body exuded a terrifying yang energy, showing her mighty fleshly body. She opened her mouth to swallow a vast quantity of spirit qi. She turned around to look at Ditsong and Ditian. "I specifically asked the clan to wake me during a generation full of eternal destiny. Is it this generation?" "Yes. But this is not why you're woken up," said Dikong. "What do you mean?" "You need to be the general of this generation's heaven chosen?" "What did you say?" said Dijiang, releasing a terrible killing aura. It was so intense the surrounding tremble, and Ditsong had to take a few steps backward. Ditian waved his hand to disperse the pressure. "Do you have a problem with what he said?" "Of course I do. How about now?" He released a terrifying pressure that made Dijiang unable to breathe or move. "Not bad," commented Ditian before increasing the pressure. He wanted to force her to heal. However, Dijiang refused to bow down. Who was she? A peerless genius born at the wrong time. She was born in the Middle Emperor era, 30 years after Emperor Three Leaf from the Loose Cultivator Alliance proved the Tao. Tainted by the karma of the previous generation, her emperor path was cut before it started. However, she refused to accept things so easily. After cultivating until the quasi-emperor realm, Dijiang contacted everyone who survived the Heaven Will battle and battled them out. She suppressed them one by one, shocking the world. However, this was not the end. Dijiang showed her arrogance as she challenged Emperor Three Leaf. She claimed to the world that if she had been born earlier, the latter would never prove the Tao. So, she challenged him to fight her in the same realm. She used the D-clan's power to spread rumors throughout the myriad emperor world. Finally, Emperor Three Leaf could no longer ignore this matter and decided to prove her wrong. He sealed himself to the strength he had before acquiring the Heaven Will and fought with her. Then the world was schooled. Dijiang dominated that battle and won, proving to the world she would have been the emperor if not for her poor luck. Meanwhile, Emperor Three Leaf became the laughingstock of the world. A mighty first-class emperor was no match for a little girl. What's more, he only won because of his luck. Angered, Three Leaf wanted to eradicate Dijiang to wash away this shame. Unfortunately, the D-clan's insurgents prepared and took Dijiang away. However, Three Leaf did not give up and mobilized the power of the Loose Cultivator Alliance to fight the D-clan. Please visit Panda N0V1. The result was his exile into the upper dimension. Although the D-clan did not have an eternal emperor, their founder was a man of great merit. In the ancient emperor era, the western continent was desolate, even worse than the current northern continent. It was full of baleful auras, chaotic spatial energy, and low spiritual qi. Then, the patriarch of the D-clan arrived and cultivated the Earth Tao and Minor in Array Tao. He reconnected the veins underneath the western continent to revitalize it while also using formation to slowly remove the baleful aura and smooth the chaotic spaces. The D-clan founder did not fix the western continent in one generation. Generations after generations of the D-clan helped the process, including the other 4 emperors. The D-clan received great merit for their actions, and their founder even refined a unique emperor artifact full of merit and connected to the entire Western continent. With this foundation, the D clan swiftly dealt with Emperor Three Leaf and saved Di Jiaying's life. Thinking about everything she experienced, Di Jiaying would never kneel to anyone. "Great willpower," said Di Tian coldly. "Unfortunately, it's useless before absolute power." Crack. He increased his aura, forcing Di Jiaying onto her knees. He ignored her ugly complexion or all the blood from her body. "You serve as my general, and I will find karma washing water for you to compete in the next generation." Di Jiaying gritted her teeth but did not say anything. "You can serve me willingly, or I can enslave you," added Di Tian. "Believe me when I say you won't even be able to kill yourself in front of me." Di Jiaying's eyes became red. Then, a few seconds later, she suddenly became incredibly calm and composed. "Fine, I agree." "Interesting," muttered Di Tian before pointing his hand to her forehead and putting a seal inside her soul. "You betray me, you die. The strong decide the fate of the weak. That's how the world should be," she said nonchalantly. "As long as you understand," said Di Tian, who knew Di Jiaying was the kind of person who could bide her time before taking revenge. Unfortunately, the difference between them was something she could not even fathom. "Now, follow me." Di Tian led Di Jiaying to meet with Gao Buqin and Gluttony. He spent the next few days preparing detailed training programs for these three, including using formation and tactics from the Qin dynasty. He mobilized numerous resources from the D clan and his private reserves to train them. Then he entered seclusion. Not long after he entered, he received a talisman that disturbed him. "Wang Wei wants to see me," he muttered with a frown. Di Tian condensed a clone and sent it. After knowing the reason for the visit, he condensed another clone with 95% of his power and sent it after the people Wang Wei wanted to kill. "Pan, DN0VE1, CM, did you find the place of the war talisman? We discovered 5 locations where it could be." Di Tian's eyes squinted with a cunning light. "Good enough. Have our people stay in these places and notify me if they see Li Jun." "As you wish." Di Tian frowned as he sensed the latter's hesitation. "What is it? Master, are you sure Li Jun is coming for the talisman? He wanted it ever since he lost to Fang Lijuan. With Wang Wei's destiny that can nourish others, it's normal for him to find it," said Di Tian before dismissing the sleepers. However, he was in a bad mood because of the quality of the new sleepers. They were incompetent in his eyes. He closed his eyes to wait. "The assassination failed?" he muttered with a frown. "Those people from the upper dimension are not simple." He shook his head before focusing on his cultivation. This time, he would enter deep seclusion, even using a time chaos treasure to ensure he reached his goal. No matter what happened outside would have to wait for his exit. "Let's see what kind of power this limit breaker will bring me." Mortal Emperor, Di Tian continued his cultivation, deepening his comprehension of the Tao. Floating in front was a small golden tree that released a tremendous amount of Tao rhymes. If anyone could see this tree, they would be surprised as it was the legendary Bodhi tree, a treasure even eternal supremes would fight to the death for. The Bodhi tree enhanced comprehension and made it easier for cultivators to comprehend the law. And once it grows to a certain size, it's helpful to even great emperor realms and above. Even in the upper dimension, Bodhi tree is an invaluable treasure. Although it's not an innate or chaos treasure, the Bodhi tree is 100 times more valuable than most of these treasures. Regrettably, Buddhist-oriented spiritual treasures became extinct after the extinction of Buddhism in the lower dimension and the absolute beginning magic. Di Tian only preserved this Bodhi tree after awakening his memory as a monk in the incense era. After countless years, incalculable treasures, and relentless effort, he grew it to the current 50 centimeters size. With the help of the Bodhi tree and his emperor soul, Di Tian felt his comprehension had never been as smooth during his entire cultivation journey. So, he swiftly reached the pinnacle of the supreme realm. To ensure a solid foundation, He underwent Tao tribulation to temper his Tao fruit to the best state possible. Then, 9 Dharma bodies manifested behind him, each reaching the limit of 269 trillion kilometers. Tian began the fusion process, so his body grew in size. It did not take him long before he reached the height of the Dharma body. So, he proceeded to fuse with the second. His actions allowed his body to break the limit of 269 trillion kilometers. Tian repeated the process until he fused with all 9. So, I've reached this step again, muttered Tian as he checked his Tao body. His strength reached 5 root, but it was barely. The final step, he muttered before continuing his cultivation. He focused on condensing the illusory world in his acupoints to temper his body to the peak of this generation. Once he finished, a mysterious seed full of runes appeared in his sea of consciousness, releasing a power that drastically increased his fleshly body. Boom! He punched in the air, shaking the entire secret realm. Luckily, he used his power to reinforce the surroundings. Otherwise, he would have destroyed everything. Only 13 fiend god force? He commented with some dissatisfaction. He soon relaxed since the research he did make him understand that true power Tao was not an easy path to cultivate. Tian did not leave his retreat since he finally reached the most crucial step, beyond 9 extremity. He readjusted his state before closing his eyes. He saw a purple orb floating in his sea of consciousness and stared at it for a few minutes. Although he knew it was the best choice to absorb the limit breaker, and he did not have a choice, a small part of him still wanted to use it to revive his wife. So he took a deep breath before beginning to use it. After completing the 9 extremity foundation, Tian felt he had reached a ceiling of power that he could not. He could push the height of the ceiling by a small margin, but he could never go beyond it. However, as he used the limit break, he sensed cracks appearing on the ceiling. Bang! Tian felt the limitation of heaven and earth placed on him was forcefully broken. Then, he felt his strength increase at an exponential rate, especially his understanding of the Tao. Half of his golden Tao tree turned purple gold. His divine sea, which was a combination of 9 divine seas, expanded tremendously. His soul was nourished and reached an unprecedented level, and his energy was purified beyond a level he thought possible. Tian had never felt such strength in his life. He was undergoing a radical transformation into a supreme and venerated being. The only disappointing thing about this transformation was his fleshly body, as he only reached 15 fiend god force. Is this the power of a great emperor? Muttered Tian with a little fascination. He felt mighty, supreme, and invincible. In his mind, he could achieve anything between heaven and earth. Tian suddenly felt danger, and he swiftly reined in his mind as his powerful Tao heart and state of mind stabilized. He did not let his sudden strength increase affect his mind. Is this why 9 extremity requires a powerful Tao heart to achieve? He quickly understood if he did not have a powerful Tao heart to control his current strength, something terrible would happen. He might lose that strength or worse, die. Huh? He muttered as he raised his head. His vision penetrated the secret realm, and he saw the sky outside of the D-clan. Numerous visions manifested in the sky, shrouding the entire myriad emperor world. Please visit Panda N0V1. Tian frowned. It detected my breakthrough? He did not have the best relationship with heavenly Tao, so he always used a chaos treasure to hide from the latter's eyes. But now it seemed it discovered his breakthrough. It must be the work of true heavenly Tao, thought Tian, unhappy about the vision. With such a grand scene, some people should guess the reason for this great celebration. A large piece of purple merit descended from the sky to Tian in the secret realm, followed by a piece of information in his mind. He squinted his mind as he realized breaking through the limit of 9 extremity was not as simple as he imagined. Mortal Emperor, he muttered with squinted eyes. His achievement of 10 extremity was the first in the entire Chaos universe. So Grand Tao granted him the title of Mortal Emperor. With this title, he will have luck and destiny compared to a son of Era without having the responsibilities. He will have an extended period compared to others to comprehend existence, thus increasing his chances of becoming emperor. Thirdly, his lifespan can break the limit of 1 yuan epoch. As a mortal emperor, he can live for 9 yuan epoch. Furthermore, he could participate in the heavenly battle every other generation without washing away his karma. Lastly, he will have 1 extra life after proving the Tao, similar to if he had consumed a longevity resource. So many benefits? Tian knew he would benefit significantly from any of these things. With such tremendous luck and destiny, he does not have to worry about heavenly Tao's scheme. Plus, his survivability drastically increased. After all, with the destiny of sons and daughters of Era, it's not easy to kill them. The second ability increased his chances of becoming an eternal emperor. More lifespan will always be valuable, not to mention the ability to not be affected by the karma of a generation's heavenly battle. Finally, he will have an extra life after becoming an emperor. Tian smiled slightly before returning to his old calm demeanor. Then, another piece of information appeared in his mind. As the first person to become a mortal emperor and create a new foundation, he has the right to name. Since there is 9 extremity, call it 10 Supremacy Foundation. As soon as he said these words, the records of Grand Tao changed and added a new level of Tao Foundation. Immediately, countless paragons, fiend gods, and half-step detached beings sensed the change in the universe. However, only a few could find this new record. Many people even wanted to find the person who had such an achievement. Unfortunately, Grand Tao directly protected Tian's existence, not allowing anyone to discover him. However, a few scary existences discovered the source of the change was the Eternal Ascension world. Tian exhaled deeply to control his emotions. He looked at the purple merit before him and could not help smiling again. He placed it away, knowing this was the first step in a long road. To his surprise, another piece of knowledge appeared in his sea of consciousness. However, the source was Empyrean 9 Pillar. The latter left him with many of his theories and possibilities about the 10 Supremacy Foundation. This person was truly a heaven-defying genius, commented Tian after reviewing the knowledge. He shook his head in regret as he could not fathom the latter's achievement if he were not obsessed with achieving 10 Supremacy. His inheritance will benefit me immensely. However, I have something else to do. He waved his hand to create a bunch of runes. He seemed to be casting a spell, but with his power, it was not instant. Moreover, Tian was very cautious. With my new power, he should not discover it. The only thing I should worry about is those damn old things. Tian breathed in relief before continuing his cultivation. Science and Technology World. Wang Wei and the Fate Incarnation waited for someone in a white room. Knowing it might take some time, he decided to continue to study the changes in his body and his previous fusion experience. Ten Supremacy. Author's note. Thanks to Black_Jesus_1999 for the super gift. Last month, I had one of the lowest incomes from this novel, which was very disheartening. However, your gift has greatly motivated me. Wang Wei first felt the changes in his Tao body. After fusing the 9 Dharma bodies, he created a solid foundation for his emperor path. From his knowledge, he knew the emperor's body was another battle strength for great emperors, but only for people with deep foundations. However, there were more crucial aspects of this fusion. After the void-shattering realm, physiques, even heavenly ones, are almost useless. The others are essentially useless except for rare physiques like Su Shi's primordial chaos physique or upper dimension physiques like the innate grand Tao physique and the paragon soul. The owner could use some method to retain a few special characteristics of their physique after proving the Tao. However, that's a rare occurrence. PA-ND-NOVE. 1. These physiques were yin-yang balance physique, unfettered physique, good fortune physique, luck, karma source physique, space-time overlord physique, samsara physique, heaven order physique, and destiny manipulation physique. He fused these unique physiques into his fate puppeteer physique to create the embryo of the fate domination physique. Currently, this physique is useless and is only an embryo. However, after becoming an emperor, he can nourish it with the Grand Tao Source and the River of Fate to become complete. Wang Wei has no big ambitions about this physique. He only wishes it could give him a boost when comprehending the Fate Grand Tao Source. With his current monstrous comprehension level, the future Buddha self, the spirit particle, even a few % increase from this physique will be highly beneficial. Maybe it's not as useless as I thought, pondered Wang Wei as he felt his Fate innate talent he had not used in a long time begin to change. The innate talent is extremely powerful, and he used it to deepen his understanding of Fate Tao. He also incorporated many of the things he learned from it into his Fate Transcending Sutra. However, the weakness of this talent is how easy it is to backlash him when used on people on the same or higher level than him. As for weaker people, it was overkill to use it on them. I planned to see if I could refine and elevate it to a higher level, or maybe create an artifact with its power. But now, it seems it might still be useful to me in the final battle, thought Wang Wei before continuing to check his body. He checked his origin essence, and all he could say is the amount was endless. Adding his Chi Flower ability, he never has to worry about his stamina for fighting. After proving the Tao, the origin essence will nourish the Emperor body, contributing to my foundation. Cultivation system with only energy also has the hope to be excellent in the Emperor realm. If their energy quantity is vast and pure enough, they can nourish the Emperor's body. And as long the Emperor body is strong enough, someone can use it to become an eternal supreme. Of course, other cultivation systems have too many advantages over pure energy systems. For example, Wang Wei's gold Tao tree will also fuse with his Emperor body, increasing his Tao foundation. Wang Wei clenched his hand and felt the power of his fleshly body. 18 Fiend God Force. An increase of 9. Not bad, I guess. Finally, Wang Wei checked on his Fate Transcending Sutra. Each incarnation has its unique scriptures. Now he had to fuse them all. This will take some time, pondered Wang Wei. The Fate incarnation created an outline for the fusion, and he only needs to fill it in. Shoo! The door of the room suddenly opened, and two people walked in. A woman and a man. Wu Fan has seen the immortal, bowed the woman, and Wang Wei looked at her. He remembered the little girl from the martial divine dynasty who participated in his little game during his trial. She was the final winner and became the ruler of this world. After so many years, she somehow managed to keep that power. 9th level genetic warrior. Not bad, commented Wang Wei. The little girl is nothing before the immortal, replied Wu Fan with some hidden emotions. After the warriors of this world reached the 9th level, many became arrogant and challenged the so-called immortal, who was the true ruler of this world. Unfortunately, Wang Wei's clone patted all of them with one attack. After all, even if it was a clone, he could still kill a bunch of little Supreme and Quasi-Emperor realm cultivators. Let's not waste time, said Wang Wei, looking at the scientist behind her. Have you finished what I asked you? Yes and no, replied Wei Inlay with hesitation. You can speak freely. Wei Inlay took a breath before explaining. According to our research, the quantum realm is indeed the way to reach the 10th level. He showed Wang Wei numerous data. So, what exactly is the quantum realm? Asked Wang Wei. A truly wonderful world, said Wei Inlay with bright eyes. It is a place where the laws of physique break down. The speed limit is no longer the speed of light. The temperature can go lower than absolute zero. However, this is not what makes it so wonderful. After the 7th level, genetic warriors can also break the laws of the physique. Please visit Panda N0V1. The real wonder of the quantum realm is the fact concepts exist. Things like life and death are no longer a simple decay of the cells and consciousness. Fate is no longer probability, and creation is no longer matter manipulation. They are tangible and observable concepts. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. So, how to become a 10th level genetic warrior? Enter the quantum realm and use the high consciousness to absorb these concepts, elevating the body to a quantum life form or a higher dimensional creature, explained Wei Inlay. Then he sighed, full of regret. Unfortunately, this way is only theoretical. No one has ever succeeded. Why? Only a few people succeeded on the trip to the quantum realm, and the others died. However, even the one who succeeded could not find or touch on the concepts in that realm. Their high consciousness was not enough? Correct. Wang Wei nodded as he understood these people's souls were not enough to succeed. But he did not have this problem. Did the blood I gave you contain the concept from the quantum realm? Asked Wang Wei. Yes. One contained the power of destiny, and the other of slaughter. Replied with fervor in his eyes. The being you gave us was a perfect mix of flesh and concept. Every single cell in its body contains them. Wei Enlei's eyes lit up. What's more, that creature was not limited by its flesh and blood. The concept in its body had its mark, meaning it could exist even if it lost flesh, blood, and high consciousness. Wang Wei squinted his eyes, controlling his emotions. How to get to the quantum realm? By shrinking myself? He asked. Yes, but that's only because of our primitive technology, explained Wei Enlei. The quantum realm is like a higher dimension, or maybe a space that exists between reality and spirituality. Unfortunately, only through shrinking can we get there, making the voyage extremely dangerous and requiring a certain level of body strength before succeeding. Wang Wei asked more questions until he understood everything. Then, he ordered the two to prepare for him. He set up a time formation for the Fate incarnation and had the latter swiftly reach the pinnacle of the 9th level. Finally, the incarnation used a very complicated-looking machine to enter the quantum realm. The process was smooth. However, the incarnation encountered trouble after entering. He felt a mysterious power wiping him out every second he spent inside. So, he had to use his meager strength to resist. Knowing the situation, the incarnation quickly searched for the fate concept and absorbed it. Unfortunately, he encountered another trouble. He could not refine it before the power of the quantum realm destroyed him. Luckily, the fate incarnation was prepared. The main body unsealed his soul and gave him a lot of spiritual power to use. With them, he rapidly absorbs the concept. The incarnation felt a sublimation of the body and self. Furthermore, he had a higher resistance to the power of the quantum realm. Unfortunately, he soon frowned. This is not enough, he muttered. My current power only equals the immortal venerable one leaf. Immediately, he knew what to do. He continued to absorb more concept to sublimate himself. After an unknown amount of time, the incarnation felt his body sublimated to a new and indescribable level. Success, he muttered as his eyes lit up. Could I continue to absorb? Unfortunately, he did not have this thought for long as he sensed a terrifying while waking up. He frowned as he wondered what was with this change. However, he decided to play it safe as he did know the consequence of this will, so he used the method given to him by Wei Enlei to return. How is it? Asked Wang Wei when he saw the incarnation. The latter did not answer but released a powerful aura. Although brief, Wang Wei could tell this aura was enough to kill him. Excellent, he uttered. Let's not waste time and fuse. For safety reasons, he could do it inside this world in case Grand Tao appeared. The process was not smooth for one reason. The genetic warrior system was technically another cultivation path, so it was slightly incompatible with the origin system. Luckily, he faced this issue when creating the 8 Heterogeneity Foundation. Boom! A terrifying aura released from his body, cracking the formation he placed around. Wang Wei felt a sublimation as his power reached another level. I feel invincible. Is this the power of a great emperor? He suddenly felt the urge to destroy this entire world with one attack before recreating it. He immediately reigns in his arrogance through his mighty Tao heart. The changes to the mind are a little scary, he commented. With his Tao heart, he actually lost control of his power. No matter what, I succeeded. Quantum Realms Mystery. Author note: thank you to JHCKY1254 for the super gift. As a reward, once the next volume starts, you guys will get at least 4 extra chapters each week. Inside the secret room, Wang Wei checked the changes in his body. His soul was purified, which was the first time he felt a genuine difference in it. His origin essence and divine sea further expanded by an exponential factor. Wang Wei clenched his hand and felt his true power Dao also reach 19 Fiend God Force, an increase of 1. "I'll take whatever small increase I can get," he commented before checking his Dao tree. "Purple gold," he uttered. The entire thing had changed from the previous golden color to purple gold. It makes sense, given my deep understanding of the law. Pa Ndia no V1 but now, after going beyond the 9 extremity foundation, he has broken this limitation. Wang Wei exhaled. After countless years, consistent effort, and numerous trials and tribulations, I finally reached this step. After acquiring great emperor strength, he took a significant step in his cultivation. However, it was not enough. He was still immortal and had not escaped the shackles of life and death. "I wonder what the mystery of this quantum realm is and that mighty will," muttered Wang Wei, remembering his experience inside. Everything was dark, with only a few luminous spots, which were the concept. The entire realm gave him a sense of boundless, eternal, noble, and supreme. It felt like it was one of the modules of the universe similar to the River of Time or the River of Fate. Maybe a combination of all of them. Wang Wei suddenly remembered 2 quotes from his previous life. "All path leads to the same destination," and "the end of science is theology or goodhood." Science and technology and cultivation are different ways to achieve the same thing. Once science develops to a sufficient level, it will enter the domain of God, capable of achieving fantasy or unscientific things. Science has order. Water boils at a specific temperature and freezes at another, or an apple will fall after throwing into the air. The way the science universe operates is detailed and precise, as if it was designed as such. So, does the universe operate its order on its own, or is there something maintaining that order like Grand Tao? Wang Wei suddenly remembered that terrifying will waken up. Is that the science and technology world's version of Grand Tao? Interesting. Maybe this world is still useful. He decided to keep this world, despite the danger. In the future, he will provide them with the bodies of Empyreans and even Paragons to continue their research on the quantum realm. Maybe it will become useful one day. Then, he focused on another thing. Since science and cultivation are different ways to achieve the same thing, what are they trying to achieve? What are their end goals? Transcendence or detachment? Muttered Wang Wei with bright eyes. He left his retreat and said a few words to Wu Feng and Wei Inlay before exiting. The first thing that popped into his mind was to brag to his wife. Although he still could not defeat her, he could still show up. Unfortunately, his face suddenly changed as soon as he exited the secret realm. A terrifying pressure came from the sky as a humongous eye suddenly manifested above the sky, gazing directly at him. Shit, Grand Tao. Wang Wei was incapable of moving, and his thinking became extremely low as the eyes looked at him. And he was not the only one. All the people of the Tao opening sect felt this way. Luckily, the eye was directed at Wang Wei, so they did not directly face its power. Meanwhile, Wang Wei felt powerless. All the excitement for achieving great emperor strength disappeared. A few seconds later, the eye disappeared, but black clouds appeared above the sky. Tribulations? No, that's divine punishment. He swiftly waved his hand to activate the sect's emperor formation to protect the disciples and elders. Bang! A dark lightning bolt fell from the sky, and Wang Wei punched it. Unfortunately, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Is this a tribulation? Or is it trying to kill me? Well, it does matter. His fighting intent rose to the sky as he confronted the lightning and thunder. He fought for an entire week, reaching the verge of death numerous times. However, he never used the sect's formation to help him. Finally, the clouds disappeared, and Wang Wei floated in the sky. Well, at least part of him. His lower body was gone, and he was missing his left arm. His face was full of blood, and most of his beautiful hair was burned. Please visit Panda N0V1. Am not bad, he commented. I should reach 20 Fiend God Force after this baptism. Then he frowned as his soul was also injured. However, the real trouble was this lightning was not easy to remove, meaning he could not rely on his natural regeneration to return to his peak phase. He muttered as some information entered his mind. Mortal Emperor? He knew he received the title of Mortal Emperor with many capabilities, including an increase in luck, destiny, and time to become comprehend existence. Can my luck even increase? The answer he received was positive as he watched his rainbow-colored Chi Luck Dragon turn white, devoid of any color. That's interesting, he commented before focusing on other benefits. He could live up to 9 Yuan Epic and had one more life after proving the Tao. 9 Supremacy Foundation? Why do I feel something's wrong? He frowned before making a divination to discover the truth of the universe. Then, he saw auspicious signs floating on the western continent about 200 years ago. Although the divination appeared useless, he frowned as his mind worked rapidly. Did Dition achieve 10 supremacy as well? He already theorized this was possible after seeing the latter's reservation when meeting him. Assuming that's true, why did he receive auspicious signs, and I almost die through a tribulation? Is it because I used a taboo, and he used an acceptable method? Wait, how did he do it in the first place? That's not important for now, so let's focus. His mind continued to work as he calculated infinite possibilities. There is another possibility. He was the first to achieve 10 supremacy, and Grand Tao rewarded him. As for my tribulation, it's most likely because I was second and because I used a taboo. Wang Wei believed Grand Tao sensed the presence of another mortal emperor, but it could not determine how he achieved this state. So, it checked Wang Wei and realized he used a taboo. I never believed I could hide the science and technology world from a being like Grand Tao. The best explanation for my current situation is whatever means Hongjun used gave me a unique status. The status that I was worthy of intervening in things like taboo to a certain extent. By that train of thought, Grand Tao discovered he used a taboo to become a mortal emperor, so it gave him a punishment or a trial for his discretion. In the future, people who become mortal emperor will have to undergo tribulation, but it won't be as bad as Wang Wei's situation. Come with me, suddenly said a melodious voice. Elder Sword? Muttered Wang Wei before opening a portal and leaving. Soon, he saw Sword 1 and Origin 1 waiting for him with an elderly man with sage-like features and a faint smell of medicine. Elder Dan, saluted Wang Wei with his head. Sect Master, there is no need for pleasantries with your current state, said the elderly man with deep respect in his voice. You only need to relax, and he'll fix you. Thank you. It is my honor, replied Elder Dan with worship in his eyes. He had witnessed a miracle. A mortal with the power of a great emperor. No one would believe such a thing, but he experienced it with his own eyes. Better yet, he will heal such a legend. Despite living for so long, Elder Dan could not control his emotions for a while, and only after hearing Sword One's soft cough that he immediately healed Wang Wei's injuries. With a wave of his hand, a green light full of life and vitality appeared in his hand. He infused it into Wang Wei's head, healing his cracked skull and regrowing his brain. The previous Wang Wei could never bear such a tremendous amount of energy. But it was different now. Then, he slowly regrew Wang Wei's fleshly body and refilled his divine sea. He even healed Wang Wei's primordial spirit. Wang Wei's law altar and Tao tree contained the power of nothingness, so it survived in the void. This saved him from recultivating and condensing it again. The entire process took them 3 days. It took so much energy, commented Elder Tao with bright eyes. I've healed some of your hidden injuries in the process. Thank you, nodded Wang Wei. As a body refiner, it's normal to have hidden injuries in the process of destroying and reconstructing the flesh. You should show your face to disciples outside, said Origin 1. There are already rumors you're dead. You need to stabilize the situation before people start panicking. Too many people placed their hopes and dreams on Wang Wei's rise. So, even rumors of his death made many people nervous and panicked. So, he nodded before asking, I forgot to hide my aura during the tribulation. Wang Wei wanted to hide his strength to prevent trouble. Di Tian should figure out his breakthrough after learning of his tribulation. However, he was more worried that the other factions would become desperate once they learned about his emperor's strength. Don't worry, we hid your aura and placed a ban on the sect. No one can leave or enter until the final battle, replied Sword One, who also understood the horror of people who were desperate. That's good. Wang Wei was too occupied with the tribulation, so he did not have time to be so careful. All right, I'll go appease the sect. He left the sect to prepare a small event with the disciples to show them he was healthy and alive. Flaw. And I edited the previous 2 chapters, especially the one labeled 10 Supremacy, adding a lot of detail and information to the point everything is now different. So, please reread them to not miss important information. Should we tell him? Asked the steward, who suddenly appeared next to Origin 1 and Sword 1. No, replied Origin 1. But we finally see hope. What if he fails because of such a small thing? Then he fails, added Sword 1 with a calm demeanor. If he cannot overcome this tribulation, then his destiny is not enough to become an emperor. Isn't our existence to protect him from things like this? He argued, feeling unwilling. Our actions will be considered interfering if we told him, added Origin 1. I'm sure we can pay the price. The steward did not want such a legendary character as the sect master to die, even though they could have prevented it. Sword 1 and Origin 1 remained quiet for a few seconds. Indeed, Wang Wei's recent monumental achievement was worth it for them to take the risk. Have you guys forgotten the founder's 2 primary teachings? Suddenly said Hell Judgment. Be cruel when cultivating geniuses and let things take their course, muttered Sword 1. Because of these rules, they had to hide the method of condensing the 3 flowers on the crown and only allow their sect's heaven-chosen to cultivate it after experiencing their Tao foundation being broken. And according to the founder, they can artificially create an event that leads to such destruction. This meant these ancestors would have found a way for Wang Tian and Wang Wei to experience having their Tao foundation broken. The second teaching was the main reason the Tao opening sect is usually low-key when doing things. It's also the reason they have not broken the 9 Emperor curse. Otherwise, if they decided to cultivate an emperor at all costs, Heavenly Tao would not be able to stop them. However, Qiyuan warned them about letting destiny take its course regarding certain things. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Judgment is right, said Origin 1. We will not intervene and let him deal with the situation himself. After dealing with the sect's disciples, Wang Wei visited his parents. He saw his father look at him with excitement, pride, satisfaction, and many other emotions. You really succeeded? Asked Wang Tian. I did. Good, good, good. Who cares about these things? Said Yu Yen as she rushed to hold her son. How are you? Are you still injured? Are you in pain? I'm fine. Elder Dan fixed me better than ever. That's good, nodded Yu Yen in relief. Then, she gritted her teeth. Damn Heavenly Tao. How dare it strike my son? Heavenly Tao? I thought your relationship had improved after becoming an Era son, added Wang Tian, shaking his head. Wang Wei frowned as he thought of something. He used his divine sense to contact his ancestors and secretly read the mind of a few disciples. So that's how it is. The mortals saw Heavenly Tao, and the immortals saw true Heavenly Tao. I guess maybe only me and Wu Hong saw Grand Tao. Wang Wei did not think this was a coincidence or that these people could not recognize the eye of Grand Tao. As a near omnipresent being, anyone will immediately recognize Grand Tao after laying eyes on it. Maybe even the 2 sons did not detect its presence, thought Wang Wei with envy. He was jealous of Grand Tao's power. One day, he'll be able to stand toe-to-toe with it and even transcend it. He spent some time with his family before returning to meet his ancestors. Wang Wei wanted to test his power with an insurgent on par with a third-class emperor. "Are you Supreme Elder Wang Lin?" asked Wang Wei, looking at the elderly man dressed in all black before him. Technically speaking, all the ancestors hold the position or title of Supreme Elder. However, because there were no true monarchs and quasi-emperors in the previous generation, Wang Chong's generation became Supreme Elders, and Sword 1 became ancestors. "Sect Master, please," saluted Wang Lin with great respect. "We will start with 5 root strength before raising our power to 3rd class. Wang Wei wanted to use this training to get acquainted with his strength. While fighting the tribulation, he discovered he did not have absolute control of his power as he once had. "As you wish." Bang, bang, bang. Wang Wei fought with all his efforts against Wang Lin, using all his powers to the best of his abilities. During this fight, he rapidly adapted to his newfound strength. He spent the next month constantly fighting and adapting. "Supreme Elder Wang, what do you think of my power?" asked Wang Wei. "Your soul quantity and purity reached the emperor level. Your origin essence was elevated to the level of close to insurgent qi. Although your body did not reach the emperor level, you can still use the cooperation of essence, qi, and spirit to support high-level battles. Finally, your law reached the level of Dao Ancestors' Grand Source Dao. Dao Ancestors can borrow the power of the Grand Dao Source, so it made sense his law reached their levels." However, Wang Wei frowned. "Is there something?" asked Wang Lin. "Please visit Panda N0V1. No, nothing," replied Wang Wei. "I wonder how you became an insurgent?" During this month, he tried to figure it out but was unsuccessful. "I had a fortunate encounter and fused my inner world with a special chaos talisman. It seems you're a man of great fortune. Maybe Paren Dan 0V1. C0M No. I can fight emperors with 9%. You only use 5% in our battle, right?" "That's correct." "All right. I want to experience the power of 6%. Wang Lin immediately hesitated. "I only want to experience the difference." "Okay." Wang Wei gathered all his strength. Furthermore, his state reached its peak. Bang! He crashed on the ground on the verge of death. "What does this scene look familiar?" he muttered with a wry smile. One palm he lost with one palm, and he could tell the Supreme Elder was not trying to kill him. Otherwise, he would be in a worse situation. The difference 1% is so vast. He sighed. He activated his regeneration and said, "Let's try again. This time I will use an Emperor artifact." With his current strength, he could use more power from the artifact. As such, he barely survived the battle with 6% Grand Dao Source. However, Wang Wei was not happy about this achievement since Wang Lin did not use an Emperor artifact or any weapons for that matter. Furthermore, the latter was not trying to kill him and had many reservations. Then, he tried different methods of fighting higher percentages. Wang Wei used more than one artifact, using the resonance between them to utilize more power. He burned his fleshly body, energy, soul, and lifespan to increase his battle prowess. He even used his willpower to the best of his ability. With all these methods, he gathered enough data on the battle prowess of the third-class emperor. Of course, he had to make multiple visits to Elder Dan due to his madness. Luckily, the latter did not mind and seemed excited to heal him. Finally, Wang Wei left to see his beautiful wife. "Wife, I'm home," he yelled. "Lower your voice," said Wu Hong. "Don't you know your current status?" "Who cares?" replied Wang Wei as he embraced her. Wu Hong looked him up and down. "You actually succeeded?" "I did. But why do you sound like you were not confident in me?" "I knew you would succeed, but I thought your science and technology method would have failed, and you would have to find another way." Wu Hong was proud of her man and knew he had the intelligence, ingenuity, and resources to succeed in anything he placed his mind to, even if it was something that no one had ever achieved before. "I had a few plan Bs if this method failed. But now that I think about it, the chances of succeeding were minimal," replied Wang Wei. One of his plans B was to use the insurgents and an emperor formation to access the Grand Dao Source and experience an earlier baptism. He wanted to use the power of the Grand Tao Source to break his limit. However, a module like the Grand Tao Source is challengingly more strict than a place like the Quantum Realm. So, there is a high chance it would stop him and even lower divine punishment. "Tell me your experience," said Wu Hong. Then Wang Wei explained to her everything that had occurred. Truly a wonderful experience. The Quantum Realm seemed to have many secrets. "It's a good idea to keep the world for the future," commented Wu Hong. "Indeed. But you should also be careful. You don't know the objective of this Hong Jun nor whether his protection will last forever." "You make another good point," nodded Wang Wei. "As long as you know. By the way, why do I feel you have some concern about your strength?" "You caught that? You're right," said Wang Wei. "Ever since I made the breakthrough, I felt something was wrong. I felt like I was flawed." "Flaw? Do you think there is a problem because you used a taboo?" "No. Maybe flawed is the wrong word," added Wang Wei as he paused for a moment. "A better way to explain would be, I'm missing something." "What are you missing?" "That's the thing. I can't think of it. I feel like the answer is on the tip of my tongue, but I cannot think of it." Chapter 743. Wu Hong frowned. Wang Wei's current situation was new territory for her. After all, no one had ever achieved 10 Supremacy Foundation before this generation. So, she had nothing to reference. Her vast knowledge and experience were not helpful in the current situation. "I think I'm having my first cultivation bottleneck," Wang Wei said with a frown. Slightly annoyed, he could not figure out what he lacked, especially since the things seemed in the back of his mind. Most cultivators will experience bottlenecks in their lives. It often prevents even the most brilliant heaven chosen from reaching a higher realm or cultivating some magical technique. The worst thing about bottlenecks is that the most stupid reasons could prevent cultivators from succeeding at their cultivation. For example, what Wang Wei is missing could be something extremely obvious or obscure, like one specific memory he experienced back on Earth. If it's a bottleneck, there are two ways to deal with it. Slowly grind and succeed through time, or wait for a moment of enlightenment. In your situation, you have to use the second method. "You're right, especially since I don't have much time," replied Wang Wei as he took his entrance token for the Heaven Will battle. While testing his strength, he received the news from Heavenly Tao that the final battle was only 500 years from now. "Let's go on a vacation with just the two of us," said Wu Hong. "You can calm down and refresh your mind. With such a state of mind, you have a higher chance of becoming enlightened and dealing with your bottleneck." "That's a good idea. Let me deal with a few things before leaving." "Okay. I suddenly remember I have a few things to ask you. Firstly, do you know how Di Tian achieved his mortal emperor status?" "My guess is he used a limit breaker." "What a cool name," commented Wang Wei. "The name tells me what it does. But can you be more specific?" "Limit Breaker is a rare primordial chaos treasure often fought for by paragons and fiend gods. Fiend gods often use it to break through the limit of their bloodlines, while paragons use it to break through the limit of their talent, soul, or even Grand Tao Source." "You can break the limit of Grand Tao Source? It's not as grandiose as it sounds," added Wu Hong. "After reaching the peak of 100% Grand Tao Source, it's impossible to increase strength unless a person cultivates the true power Tao realm, using a powerful artifact or cultivating unique techniques. With the Limit Breaker, a peak paragon can increase the strength of their Grand Tao Source. Such a treasure would greatly benefit someone like you." "Indeed," replied Wu Hong. "She is the kind of paragons who truly reached the peak of power in the world, with no signs or possibility of improvement." "I tried to get my hands on a limit breaker, but I never succeeded." "So, it's that rare?" "Yes." "Then, how did Di Tian gets his hand on one?" "I think he receives Empyrean 9 Pillars legacy," replied Wu Hong. "She once searched all types of information about the limit breaker, and the result was the last person in the Eternal Ascension world to have a limit breaker was Empyrean 9 Pillar. So, She searched through the river of time for information about the latter. However, after her research, Wu Hong learned this rumor was most likely spread by Nine Pillar's enemy to use outside aid to kill him. Furthermore, Empyrean Nine Pillar disappeared and was most likely dead. Empyrean Nine Pillar? A very talented individual, even compared to me. However, he was obsessed with reaching the so-called 10 Supremacy Foundation and dedicating countless yuan epics to researching it. If luck were not against him, he probably would have survived. Lucky bastard, said Wang Wei with gritted teeth. He created an entire world of science and technology, got involved in another taboo, created or inspired another cultivation path, and spent millions of years cultivating talented scientists and developing technology. Only then did he succeed, but Tian was lucky to find someone who did all the work for him. Life is unfair. You should know this by now, reassured Wu Hong. Whatever, exhaled Wang Wei. Do you know about my white luck? Paragon's luck, she said calmly. I have the luck of a paragon? Becoming a paragon is not as simple as you think, added Wu Hong. You need a paragon soul, 90% grand Tao source, Tao heart, paragon luck, destiny, and other things. So, many people in the eternal ascension world will find ways to increase their luck and gather enough destiny before breaking through. I see. So, I don't have to worry about luck to become a paragon? You are an Era son. As long as you accomplish whatever destiny Heavenly Tao gave you, your luck will turn half or completely white. It depends on how well the destiny is accomplished? Please visit Panda N0V1. Yes, nodded Wu Hong before suddenly remembering something. Didn't your ancestor tells you information about all the cultivation realm? Why are you asking me? They sealed all information about Empyrean and above to not influence me, he replied, shaking his head. I'm guessing it will be removed after I prove the Tao. That's not necessarily a bad thing. With your personality, you would probably be planning and worrying about your breakthrough into the Paragon realm while you're still a little mortal. Mortality, muttered Wang Wei. In the eye of these big shots, his intelligence, wit, cunningness, wisdom, tactical mind, and talent means nothing if he cannot prove the Tao. Ultimately, he will always be a mortal with a short lifespan, stuck in the cycle of reincarnation. If he does not escape the shackles of death, his memories will be wiped out after countless reincarnations, losing his true self and becoming someone else. Is this the power of reincarnation? The immortal essence of a mortal tier powerhouse is not only their infinite lifespan but also their true self. No matter how many reincarnations they experience, they will never lose their memories or become someone else. Their memories might be temporarily sealed, but once they awaken their memories, they will instantly return to their old self. Wang Wei raised his hand to manifest his samsara Tao. If the power of reincarnation is strong enough, could I kill the true self of an immortal? Wang Wei's eyes brightened as he developed the prototype of a new technique. Then he exhaled, feeling his mind refresh. Your 10 Supremacy Foundation is not as simple as I thought, commented Wu Hong with surprise in her eyes. Panda NOVE1, your true self-enlightenment is part of the existence you have to understand to become an everlasting Empyrean. Yet, you've caught a glimpse into it while still being immortal and skipping the eternal emperor aspect. Is that so? Well, you should already know how awesome I was. Wang Wei guessed the 10 Supremacy Foundation involved the concept of breaking limits, including the fact people cannot comprehend existence on their own. Of course, he knew there must limit to this ability. It seems that part of the power of your Paragon soul has been activated after you became a mortal emperor, she added with jealousy. She is a genius born with unparalleled comprehension. However, to reach the level of a Paragon soul, she had to consume countless unique and powerful heaven and earth treasures. But this bastard was born with such a talent. Well, I know he technically earned it, but I'm still mad, thought Wu Hong before suddenly biting him. Ow, why did you do that for? Because I felt like it. Wang Wei was speechless but was then distracted by something. Her teeth easily broke his mighty skin. What if one day, while doing our night activities, she accidentally bites? Wouldn't I suffer? He trembled with fear as he imagined that scene. He would not survive such a situation even with his willpower. "You're thinking something stupid again?" she asked with flaring anger in her eyes. "Wife, you cannot accuse me of things I did not do," said Wang Wei with a flattering smile. "By the way, I always wanted to ask, have you ever fought the Sword Empress? So, who won?" Wu Hong gave him a look, knowing he was trying to change the subject and appease her anger. "We fought once. I won by a small margin." "Oh, my ancestor is so powerful? Her attacks are unparalleled. Why do I feel a but coming?" "The battle was only a competition," added Wu Hong. "In a life and death battle, she won't survive long in my hands." "Because of her weak body?" "Yes, if I want to kill her by exchanging injuries for injuries, I will win, and she will die." She had the utmost confidence in that statement. But now she will temper her body, presumably become an inextinguishable paragon. "How can you defeat her now?" "I will be fine. There are differences between inextinguishable paragons. However, this is not the primary reason for her confidence. Although Yen Ai will reach the final realm of Sword Dao after tempering her body, her main body also has her opportunity. After her injury and falling down in cultivation realm, she will take this opportunity to reinforce her foundation. So, once Sword Empress returned to her peak, her strength would only be on par with the main body, if not still a little weaker. Plus, I have the perfect foundation, Wu Hong thought, full of confidence. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 744. And it's later, and I'm sleepy. So, the chapter is not edited and should have more grammar mistakes than usual. Sorry, I'll edit it later. "I see this is your main body. Did you finish your retreat?" asked Wang Wei. "Yes," nodded Wu Hong with shining eyes. However, they quickly dimmed as worry felt her eyes. "What's wrong? Is the method not feasible?" Wu Hong paused for a moment before waving her hands to seal the surroundings. Then she talked to him only through divine sense. "I did finish the method of casting a perfect foundation. Well, a better name for it would be transcendent foundation." "You mean it can help people become detached?" asked Wang Wei with shock. He only thought this method would drastically increase his strength, make his cultivation path smoother, and maybe allow him to intervene in the perfection taboo. "It's not as heaven-defying as you think. It only increases a person's chance of becoming half-step detachment by a few percent. Even then, it's style a technique that could cause chaos and disaster in the entire chaos universe." Wang Wei knew his Wu Hong, Sword Empress, Qiyuan, and many of his ancestors were peerless talents who reached the pinnacle of the universe. Yet, none of them could find a path forward to transcendence. Finally, Qiyuan planned a heaven-shaking plan to gather the luck and power of sentient beings to summon the ultimate taboo, giving the entire universe a chance or path toward detachment. But even then, he still technically failed even though countless half-step transcendent beings suddenly appeared in the universe. And half-step detach will now be referred to as half-step transcendent. I like the name better. But this transcendent Tao foundation technique could increase the probability of someone reaching this realm pursued by countless paragons, fiend gods, Tao monarchs, and even immortal king. Wang Wei took a moment to inhale and exhaled, calming down. "So, what exactly is this method? How does it work?" Grand Tao forbids the existence of perfection, because only transcendents are perfect. You can say the process of becoming detached is a process of becoming the perfect being. Wang Wei frowned. "I always felt Grand Tao wanted more powerful beings to appear in the universe, including transcendence. Was I wrong?" He could not think why perfection would become taboo if Grand Tao wanted all sentient beings to reach higher realms. "You're correct, hence why the perfection taboo is divided into mortal and perfection, allowing people to slowly study this taboo. However, How could becoming transcendent be so easy? So, the process of becoming transcendent is a hell-level copy. But by making perfection a taboo, Grand Tao elevated it to nightmare level. According to the game analogy he used to understand the cultivation world, players began their journey with the mortal copy, where their objective is to reach the peak of mortality or the quasi-emperor realm. The copy has different maps, Great Thousand World or Heaven Will World, and based on the maps and the player's luck, the mortal copy has different levels of difficulty. But as their level, cultivation, rises, the difficulty will also increase. Afterward, it is the immortal copy where they have to become eternal by proving the Tao. Once that copy is finished, they have to change the setting, Eternal Ascension World. The end of the immortal copy is the highest level, Paragon Realm. Finally, it's the transcendent copy, where they have to go beyond the level ceiling of the game. Unfortunately, the Game Master or Artificial Intelligence, Grand Tao, who controls the game raised the difficulty of the transcendent copy from hell difficulty to the nightmare level by making perfection a taboo. Wu Hong was momentarily speechless as this was the perfect analogy to summarize the situation. You can think of it that way, she replied. Wang Wei nodded. Can you briefly describe this technique? I used the 3-flower condensing method to sublimate the Tao foundation to a sense of perfection, she explained. Upon success, your 3 flowers should reach the 0 level. She succeeded so quickly because she remembered how he complained about going beyond the first-level flower and thought of using this method as the foundation for her research. Is there something wrong with your method? Asked Wang Wei, remembering her worried look. Yes, nodded Wu Hong. Grand Tao will not allow someone to easily condense such a foundation, and most likely will directly kill you or lower a tribulation even worse than the Supreme Outlaw Trial. Wang Wei shuddered thinking about these words. He almost died during the Supreme Outlaw Trial, so he could not imagine how terrible the Perfection Trial would be. Could we condense the Transcendent Foundation in a place where Grand Tao's power does not exist or is weakened? That's the only way to deal with this problem, replied Wu Hong. However, the places that fit these criteria are few, and most are forbidden lands in primordial chaos. They are as dangerous as Grand Tao itself. Wang Wei frowned. With the Eternal Ascension's current situation, we will have to deal with the parasites before searching for these places. No, even if they were not present, I would need to reach a high enough cultivation realm to enter these forbidden lands. He looked at his wife. Do we have to postpone cultivating the technique? Please visit Panda N0V1. Wu Hong did not answer him for a moment before looking into his eyes. Do you trust me? With my life, he replied without hesitation and with a brilliant smile. After completing the technique, a sudden message popped into my mind. We need to enter the dark truth to establish the perfect foundation. Dark truth? What's that? Another taboo, replied Wu Hong. It's a fog that has existed since the beginning of the chaos universe, and even Grand Tao cannot get rid of it. Can be found throughout countless normal and chaos worlds. Typically, the fog will only remain in these worlds with no purpose. However, once someone enters, they will suffer 3 fates. Die, nothing happens, or be blessed by the fog with treasures, cultivation techniques, increases in talent, and many more. Why is that? That's the mystery of the fog. No one knows the criteria which decide whether someone will be blessed and die. You said the fog normally remains peaceful. What about other times? It will destroy everything in its path. And it did not matter how many paragons or fiend gods tried to stop it. They all died. I believe even half-step transcendent like Maitreya is only bigger ants before the dark truth. Wang Wei frowned, calming down to analyze the situation. Does our world has a dark truth? Yes, at the extremity C at the end of the endless void. In that case, I will set foot in the dark truth after proving the Tao to set up the perfect foundation. Are you sure? Asked Wu Hong, worry oozing out of every pore of her body. You could die. Or I will succeed, he countered with a smile. I have long understood that certain things do not require logic, calculations, or intelligence. They need a leap of faith. Since I trust, I will take that leap. Wu Hong sighed before putting her head on his chest. Good. Anyway, there are advantages to using the dark truth instead of the others. Oh, resources. According to my calculations, the Transcendent Tao Foundation requires numerous materials, some of which are as rare as the limit breaker. But if nothing unexpected occurs, the fog should grant you these materials. More reason to use it, commented Wang Wei. Maybe, muttered Wu Hong, lost in thought. She was worried about Wang Wei's safety, but there was nothing she could do. However, her other worry was her main body. Will she also take a leap of faith? Very unlikely, she groaned. Whatever, let nature take its course. I will go prepare before we go on our vacations. Okay. Wang Wei left the manor as he summoned Wang Ju to Tianwei Peak. He wanted to deal with the sex affairs while being updated on the things that had occurred since his seclusion. According to his calculation, 225,000 years passed, and with the 10 times time acceleration formation he set, he experienced over 2 million years. However, the time he spent more than 730 million years comprehending the laws, tempering his body, and so on. My primordial spirit allows me to divide my mind into trillions, drastically increasing my comprehension. So, I spend at least a few trillion comprehending the law. No wonder my Tao tree turned purple gold, pondered Wang Wei, realizing how awesome and broken he was. Pand AN0VE1. Wang Wei looked in the distance as he noticed something with his divine sense. Why are there so many alchemists at the foot of the mountain? The main city of the sect, located at the foot of the mountain, contained an abnormal amount of alchemist or pill refiner. Could it be? He muttered as he thought of something. The power of fate flashed in his eyes. Liling became the first pill refiner to create an immortal pill, and heavenly Tao rewarded her with immense merit. Then, countless alchemists from all 5 continents came to worship the sect. They wanted to see her, worship her as a master, or learn from her. Not bad. She did not shame her status as my little sister. Wang Wei then flew to Tianwei Peak. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. News: Wang Wei flew to Tianwei Peak as he waited for Wang Ju. He took this moment of quiet to think about the dark truth and the previous conversation he had with Wu Hong. Panda NOVE1. There have been countless geniuses thought the chaos universe, including people like him, who are Tao overlords, born with paragon souls, cultivated 9-extremity foundation, or even a combination of the 3. Wang Wei knew he had 3 advantages over others: his recent 10 supremacy foundation, his willpower, and the knowledge from Earth, which is another civilization. The 10 supremacy foundation should only help me until the Empyrean realm. My willpower and sealed spiritual power until the Paragon realm, and finally my greatest advantage should be Earth. Wang Wei has read many stories about how many protagonists reach transcendence, and he can use them as references. Although there is a high chance these methods are nonsense or pure fantasy, it does not matter. The power of cultivation allowed people to turn fantasy into reality and nonsense into truth. So, after reaching the peak of Paragon realm, he can try all these nonsense ideas one by one. After all, he will be immortal and has an infinite lifespan to try them all. Regardless, his Earth advantage is not as absolute as he would like, since there are others. First, there is the human emperor, who is very likely to be the first emperor of China, the ruler of the Qin dynasty, Qin Shi Huang. Furthermore, Wang Wei believes he was not the only one Hongjun reincarnated. Even worse, there is a high chance he was in an accident and was not part of the latter's original plan. So, the danger of the dark truth is worth the risk to increase my chances at transcendence, pondered Wang Wei. Furthermore, there might be no danger at all. The idea of using the dark truth would not appear in her mind for no reason. So, there is a high chance future me or future her sent the information, planning across spacetime. He pondered, deep in thought. I should also consider the possibility my future enemy is calculating me across time. But if my future self cannot prevent such a method, he's a waste. Wang Wei suddenly groaned. He did not like that his future self was planning his current self. If he had the power, he would revolt against his future self. The ancients did not deceive me when they said weakness was a sin, he muttered with a sigh. Then, he chuckled as he realized his future self was speechless right as he realized his younger self wanted to rebel. His mood improved after thinking about this as he relaxed. Wang Ju is late. Did something happen? He thought as he looked at the time. Since she did not ask for help, it must be something minor. So Wang Wei took this time to further analyze his 10 Supremacy Foundation. He felt there might be more mysteries to unravel. I wonder whether there will one day be 11 Hegemony Foundation or 12 Ultimate Foundation. Well, the names need some work. He theorized whether these two foundations would require a mortal to have Empyrean and Paragon strength. That would be terrifying and probably impossible. Most like 11 Hegemony Foundation would require second-class Emperor strength, and 12 Ultimate Foundation would require first-class strength. And if there is a 13 Transcendent Foundation, it would require eternal-level power. Wang Wei shook his head as those requirements were also crazy, especially knowing the vast strength difference between each class. He could not fathom what it would take for a mortal to meet these requirements. As for himself, he only pondered briefly about these foundations before giving up. There were only 500 years before the heaven will battle. Furthermore, he has yet to discover the missing link to his 10 Supremacy Foundation, let alone have any ideas on higher ones. So, he shook his head to remove these ideas from his mind. Wang Wei waved his hand to manifest his fate palaces. Oddly, there were not 9 but 10. Unfortunately, the last one was transparent and not completely condensed. I previously thought the fate palaces would be useless after proving the Tao, he thought. I planned to see if I could create a few unique techniques using them. However, after seeing the 10th one, my intuition tells me they will be extremely vital to me in the future. His intuition told him after condensing the 12th palaces, most likely after becoming a paragon, something magical would happen, and the true brilliance of these fate palaces will manifest. Sect Master, I apologize for my tardiness. Wang Wei put away his palaces before gazing at the kneeling Wang Ju. Get up. Thank you. What happened? The traitors tried to use the increasing number of alchemists to infiltrate the sect. I was hunting down their people. Did you get any information or capture anyone? Unfortunately, no. They committed suicide as soon as I was about to catch them. Please visit Panda, N0VE1, COMIC. Well, forget them for now, replied Wang Wei. Did anything change with your strength after my retreat? No, I still retain the peak 7-leaf battle prowess, explained Wang Ju. However, I discovered I could enter a special state where my strength reached the Tao ancestor level. However, the state will not last long and place a severe burden on my body afterward. As expected, Heavenly Tao or Grand Tao nerfed the technique, muttered Wang Wei to himself. I guess it's better than nothing. Then, he asked Wang Ju, tell me the important information that happened during the past 200,000 years. Yes. Firstly, the Tao burial ground disappeared right before you entered seclusion. Wang Wei nodded as he remembered hearing this news. However, he was dealing with Dtion followed by the Spirit Genesis sect, so he did not pay too much attention. I have tried to investigate the cause of this disappearance, but nothing has been found after so many years. That's fine. Anything else? Wang Wei did not care about these rats since he could find them anytime after becoming an emperor. Wu Meng from the Origin Rune Palace hunted down someone with an entrance token. He has hinted that he has no desire to compete in the final battle and wants to become our ally. According to our analysis, there is a 70% chance he's telling the truth and a 30% chance he's lying and want to backstab us. I see. Continue. Many sealed Heaven Chosens have awakened and hunted these weak individuals with entrance token. These wastes, muttered Wang Wei. I saved them and placed karma on them for nothing. He looked in the distance as he sensed the disappearing karma threads. With a flick of his fingers, he placed these threads on these people's descendants, families, and loved ones. As for the ones who were true loners, he plans to pass the debts to their factions after he becomes an emperor and is more powerful. What else? We have infiltrated deep into this world's branch of the corpse-selling sect. Oh, what happened? Asked Wang Wei with intrigue. Wang Ju explained how she used the conflict between Wang Wei and Yu Zhou, who wanted a new body, to justifiably attack the corpse-selling sect. Then, in the chaos, she sent more of her Fate Shadow Guard to infiltrate the sect. Excellent work, said Wang Wei, genuinely surprised. He did not think Wang Ju was this capable. Do you want any reward? Sect Master's praise is more than enough, replied Wang Ju, who spoke from the heart. As the sect master's shadows, she did not lack any resources or power. However, she feared her work would not be satisfactory, so she was more than happy with these words of praise. If you say so, nodded Wang Wei, not any sting. Anything else, or is this the end? No, the most significant event in the past few years is Feng Hang becoming a traitor to the Tai Profound Gate. They denounced his status as the next heir and even hunted him down. The event shocked the world because many immortal tier powerhouses and even insurgents betrayed the sect with Feng Hang. So he was found out in the end? Commented Wang Wei with a frown. How was our situation? The Profound Gate discovered many of our upper-level spies and killed them. Only a few escaped. This Feng Hang is becoming a pain in the ass and a terrible associate, groaned Wang Wei. It was because of his people that Feng Hend was not discovered sooner. But now all his works seemed in vain. Whatever. I've done my part to repay my karma with Buddhism, he added. Do we still have people inside? Yes, but they are few in between. That's more than enough. What happened to Feng Hang? He disappeared, and no one can find him, replied Wang Ju. I guess he is hiding inside the Western Pure Land. Sect Master, do you want to contact him? No, leave him alone. In the current situation, he needs us more than we need him. Immortal runes. Jian Wushuang is now completely healed, said Wang Ju. However, it seems he has no desire to compete in this generation. It makes sense. He lost too much time and is way behind the others. Furthermore, it will not be easy to heal such a broken Dao heart, commented Wang Wei. Did anything happen to the Spirit Genesis sect? Or are people in the Commerce Hub and other world communities? No, everything has been peaceful recently. We now have a stable foothold in the Commerce Hub. However, the other groups do not want us to reach the core of power, so they've restricted our actions. It doesn't matter. With the stable foothold, I can overthrow the entire table and forcefully take over, said Wang Wei with a sneer, revealing his late-stage capitalist mentality. Anything else? The last thing to report is there have been 3 auspicious signs in the past 200,000 years. One was from Great Elder Yen Liling, the other from the D-Clan and the Great Talisman City. Tong Ruobing? What has she been to? She made an immortal talisman, said a beautiful voice. Wang Wei looked over and saw Yen Liling walking in the hall. Oh, so a similar situation must have happened with talisman masters all over the world. Yen Liling shook his head. The Great Talisman City refused to acknowledge the truth. They most likely want Tong Ruobing to keep the news as a surprise in the final battle. Is that so? Muttered. This generation is truly a glorious age. 2 talents who achieved something all professions have been a pursuit for countless eras. Indeed. What's wrong? Asked Wang Wei, who felt her voice contained some weird emotions. I used the special array from the ancestors to condense immortal qi to make the immortal pill. Although I had to design the formula and divine runes, the most significant reason for my success was the immortal qi. My method is not universal, hence the reason I have not made it public to gather merit. However, Tong Ruobing should not have access to that array. and having an immortal venerable gather immortal chi for her is not enough to create an immortal tier talisman. Wang Wei gave her a weird look as he guessed the strange emotion was envy and competitive nature. Yan Liling did not want to lose to Tong Ruobing in her achievement. Our spies gathered some scattered aura when her immortal talisman underwent tribulation, continued Yan Liling as she handed him a talisman. Over the years, I have theorized how she made the talisman, but I wanted your opinion to confirm. Wang Wei used his divine sense to sense the aura from the talisman. There is a small aura similar to Emperor artifact. Although it was faint, he could detect it. Her method is probably similar to how most Emperor creates an artifact. She made a talisman embryo before borrowing the power of an Emperor artifact to elevate from the quasi-Emperor tier to the immortal tier. That's what I thought, said Yan Liling with squinted eyes. Tong Ruobing is truly a talent, commented Wang Wei with admiration. After learning some of his ideas from Wu Meng, she seemed to have opened her mind and begun to think from outside of the box. In other words, she was not limited by the thinking logic of the people of this world. She's not better than me, said Yan Liling. Oh, did you think of countermeasures to make your method more universal? Yes, replied Yan Liling. I've begun the study of immortal runes. The purpose of these runes is to turn innate chi into immortal chi, so that all professions can create immortal tier creations. Ambitious, said Wang Wei with brilliant eyes. Although less than 5 people in each generation will have the talent to portray these immortal runes, the creation of such a system is enough to grant you the title of Dan Ancestor. Wang Wei's statistics were wrong. It would be a blessing to have someone in every 5 generations have the talent to use immortal runes. However, if his new era is as brilliant as he envisioned, the myriad Emperor world's destiny will drastically increase, thus giving birth to more geniuses every generation. Regardless, he was right about Yan Liling's capability of receiving the title of Dan Ancestors, as her immortal runes are not less of an accomplishment than the Danyuan Emperor's creation of divine runes. To be honest, I have even bigger hopes for the immortal runes, said Yan Liling with a smile. Oh, do tell, replied Wang Wei. He was quite intrigued. I hope the immortal runes could resonate with the source chi space and summon immortal chi to temper the pills. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. What do you think? Is it feasible? I don't know, he said with a sigh. In the upper dimension, it's normal for quasi-emperors to find ways to become immortal venerable or Tao ancestors without the aid of a great emperor. However, things are different in the lower dimension. And since your immortal runes involved immortal chi, true heavenly Tao might not allow it to happen. Please visit Panda, N0V1. But I should have a chance, right? Continued Yan Liling. True heavenly Tao has become less strict because of the current situation. Furthermore, you told us the Pursuing Longevity world has an immortal source, so it's not immortal chi is completely banned in the lower dimension. I never thought it would. As long as I have a chance, I would pursue it. Good. Let me see your preliminary research, asked Wang Wei, and Yan Liling gave him an information transmission talisman. The research on the immortal runes turning innate chi into immortal chi is proceeding smoothly due to the miscellaneous Emperor's array. Although it is far from the success stage, things are proceeding smoothly. However, things cannot be said to be the same for one related to the source chi space. Do you need innate chi? He asked. No, the ancestors provided them to me for my research. That's good. After becoming emperor, we will explore the source chi space to see if your research can succeed. I had the same idea. How is the automatic pill cauldron? I've basically succeeded, replied Yan Liling. The cauldron can refine pills from the lowest profound tier to quasi-emperor. I began my research on the immortal runes because I wanted to upgrade it to be able to refine immortal pills. Excellent, nodded Wang Wei with satisfaction. He was happy with Yan Liling's talent and accomplishment. Although he was also an alchemist, he only cultivated it as an auxiliary Tao. With the merit from the cauldron and the immortal rune, Liling should be able to condense a golden body of merit. Just like Mom, thought Wang Wei, pondering about the merit-proving Tao method. You should not give up on perfecting the innate pill technique. After all, innate pills are on par with emperor pills, he added. However, Yen Liling shook her head. You created that technique, so you should complete it. The merit should be enough to benefit you. She understood that Wang Wei allowed her to finish that technique because he wanted her to have merit and ensure her future cultivation. However, she no longer lacks ways to gather merit, so he should use it on himself. All right, I guess I can no longer be lazy, nodded Wang Wei. By the way, where is Li Jun? He sent someone to call him, but he had not arrived yet, which was odd. Is he still in retreat? He went to see his son, replied Yen Liling. I thought he wanted to leave them sealed until after the battle? The final battle is dangerous, and anything can happen, so he wanted to see them just in case. That's not a bad idea, he muttered. In this glorious generation, anything can happen. So he won't relax or be careful until he holds the heaven will in his hand and absorbs it. Are you jealous? Asked Wang Wei with a smile. Do you think it's wise to poke at my sore spot? Rebutted Yen Liling with a speechless look. However, Wang Wei only chuckled. If you're jealous, you can have a little one of your own after becoming emperor. Give birth to an emperor child for the sect. Yen Liling was even more speechless. With our current cultivation, it's already a statistical improbability to have children, let alone after we become emperor. Don't worry, I will bless you with the fate of having children. If you guys plan it at the right time when the generation is changing, you should have a higher chance of conceiving. Is that possible? Asked Yen Liling. Although not guaranteed success, it should increase your chances, replied Wang Wei with excitement in his eyes. Why do you seem happier than me? According to my plan, I won't have children until I reach beyond the Tao. If it's a daughter, I plan to spoil her. But if it's a son, I will train him with the harshest method possible, explained Wang Wei with brilliant eyes. So, I need to practice on how to spoil my daughter. Plus, I always wanted to be the fun and doting uncle. Yen Liling did not know how to answer, so she only shook her head with a wry smile. No worse than others. You can't spoil our child, said a deep voice. Why not? Asked Wang Wei, looking at the red-haired Li Jun. You can't take my heaven-given rights as an uncle. Don't you despise heaven? Even then, this does not give you the right to destroy my dream for no reason. It is my child, so I have the right. Plus, I have valid reasons. They will be my nephews, so I also have the right. What good reason would you have? Wang Wei said with a sneer. If you must know, I plan to spoil my children too, said Li Jun, sneering as well. If we both spoil them, aren't they going to be rotten? You have a point, nodded Wang Wei with great seriousness. We don't want them to turn into second-generation young master who terrorizes people's livelihood and steal other people's daughter and wives. Exactly. With these kids' background, they would become a nightmare to the world if we spoiled them rotten. Nodded Li Jun with fear in his eyes as he imagined how he would protect his children regardless of their faults. And if you add their overpowered and invincible uncles who did the same, these kids would bully the entire lower dimensions and become the ultimate menace between heaven and earth. I have a perfect solution that allows us to both spoil them, said Wang Wei with shining eyes. Oh, I'm all ears. We let their mothers be the boring parents that disciples and control them. Meanwhile, we become the fun parents that spoil them. Great idea, replied Li Jun, unable to contain his excitement. We can spoil them without worrying them turning into second generation's young master. Honey, isn't this a good idea? In your dream, replied Yen Liling. What's wrong? Do you want me to be the villain to our child while you get to be the favorite parent? In your dream. No, you have it all wrong, he explained. Our child will thank you for being strict with them. So, although it will appear as if I'm their favorite, it's only temporarily. Yen Liling did not say anything but sneered at him. Li Jun gritted his teeth. What about him? He said, pointing at the smiling Wang Wei, who seemed to be enjoying the drama. Are you going to let him spoil our children and be a bad influence? Don't pull me into this. As he said, it is his right as an uncle, said Yen Liling. Plus, we can't stop him even if we want to. Damn it, thought Li Jun, who did not want to be the only one who suffered. You know his personality. He might go too far. If he does, this old lady will fight with him to death and ban him from seeing our children. What? This has to be against the law or some form of abuse, argued Wang Wei. When it comes to the child that I will probably spend a couple of 100,000 years carrying, I am the law. Damn it. She's right, thought Wang Wei with gritted teeth. Then, the three looked at each other with an intense aura, fighting for their rights on how to raise this non-existent child properly. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. They suddenly laughed aloud, ignoring their exalted status or power. The three sat in a circle as they served tea to each other. How was your retreat? Asked Wang Wei, and Li Jun briefly released his aura. Peak 6 leaf strength? He asked with surprise. According to his calculation, Li Jun should have reached the peak 5 leaf with the slaughter heart, with a small chance of early 6 leaf. But his current strength was one tiny step away from reaching the mortal limit of 7 leaf. Yes, and with that weapon, I can skip grades to fight. What happened? Wang Wei asked. A lot of things, he replied with a sigh. 225,000 years ago. Li Jun took the war talisman and the slaughter heart, prepared to enter seclusion. He teleported to a secret realm overseen by Supreme Elder Miscellaneous One. He walked to a place with numerous formations. Are you prepared? Asked Miscellaneous One. Yes. The first step is to line your proving Tao with the weapon embryo. Later on, you have to conquer it with your own willpower. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Co-M as you wish. A weapon rack with 18 weapons manifested above an illusory spear at the center of the multiple arrays. Under his control, Li Jun create a subtle connection between the two. Done, he muttered. Supreme Elder, how is the gathering of baleful aura? The sect has sent people throughout the myriad emperor world and the lower realm to gather aura for you. Furthermore, the sect master also used his incarnations for the search. Li Jun nodded as he knew his brother's incarnations were very effective in the search, especially the karma, space-time, and luck incarnations. The space-time incarnation can travel to different timelines, especially the ones where the world suffered killing disasters, to gather a baleful aura. Meanwhile, the karma incarnation can use karma throughout space-time to leave baleful aura-related resources for the future. As for the luck incarnation, he only needed to travel around randomly, and he would find the thing he needed since baleful aura was not some high-level or rare resource. Big Brother said he even sent a mission to his chat group to help me gather baleful aura. So I do not need to worry about this weapon for now. Li Jun nodded in satisfaction before entering seclusion. His first step was to absorb the war talisman. The process of refining the war talisman was an exhilarating experience. Every second, he could feel his understanding of war Tao drastically increase. It was as if someone had taken the Tao of war from beginning to end and condensed it into the shape of a talisman. And while refining it, he got to experience this Tao from beginning to end. So, Li Jun comprehended this Tao and fused it with his own. In the process, 9 shadows appeared behind Li Jun. They were not Dharma bodies, but his future Buddha self. Unfortunately, even talented people like Wang Tian can only condense 12 future Buddha self due to restrictions. Due to the restraint of time, this should be my limit. However, I should be able to achieve complete silver before I become emperor. The next step of his cultivation was to fuse with the Dharma body. However, Li Jun planned to follow Wang Wei's example and condense his Dharma body into human size before the fusion. Li Jun tried and was successful. However, he sensed the process was as slow as a turtle. However, the benefit was he discovered the process helped him cultivate the force control skill. After success, I should reach the immortal control and even peak at the Tao control level. Li Jun then focused on tempering his body and absorbing the slaughter heart. The heart helped reinforce his foundation and temper his body. Over the years, he used different body tempering techniques. However, the most recent was one called slaughter mind tempering, which he acquired from the battle maniac ancestor. He felt his technique suited him perfectly. The technique allowed him to condense a unique physique called slaughter mind physique, which significantly boosted his strength. Previously, I only half condensed this physique. However, I can complete it with the slaughter heart, thought Li Jun as he continued to absorb the heart. Done, he muttered before cultivating the second stage of the slaughter mind tempering. The technique allowed him to create a world of slaughter in his sea of consciousness. As such, the deeper his understanding of slaughter Tao, the better the world he can make. Then, he will use the power of slaughter to condense in that world to temper his body. The power of slaughter contains negative emotions that can corrupt the flesh. However, it also included vitality to revive the flesh, thus achieving a state of tempering through destruction and revival. The core of this technique is the transformation of spirit into essence. In other words, using the mind to elevate the fleshly body. This technique is quite ingenious, requiring little to no resources, thought Li Jun, gritting his teeth to bear the pain. If I guess correctly, it should be a precious innate technique. The slaughter world in his mind will temper his flesh, soul, and willpower. Li Jun gritted his teeth until he reached his limit. Bang! He punched the air, feeling the power flushing through his veins. 52 Primordial Dragon Force. Excellent, muttered Li Jun. Then, a ruthless light flashed in his eyes. Next step. Li Jun immediately underwent the flesh tribulation. The tribulation is composed of 7 levels, corresponding to the skin, muscles or tendon, bones, organs, blood, meridians or veins, and soul, muttered Li Jun. Most people cannot pass one. Genius can survive 2 simultaneously, and unparalleled genius will survive 3. He squinted his eyes. Compared to talents, I am nothing compared to the ancestors or sister-in-law. However, I will never lose to them regarding willpower. No, I must surpass them. So I chose 4 tests. As soon as he made a choice, he prepared. A terrifying and unknown power descended on his body, and Li Jun screamed, destroying his lung and vocal cords. He felt his mind being broken due to the immense pain. However, he endured. Li Jun remembered his family waiting for him, his big brother and his wives. He remembered his childhood when children looked down on him because he was born with weak luck compared to others. More importantly, he remembered the goal he had made for himself. I am no worse than anyone. Li Jun kept screaming, and his life aura reached an all-time low. Regardless, he persisted. His conviction and beliefs allowed him to push behind his limit. After an unknown amount of time, after rushing on the verge of death numerous times, he finally succeeded. I survived, he muttered after everything ended. He stood up from the cultivation mat as he sensed the power from his flesh. 56 Primordial Dragon Force. Li Jun exhaled deeply as he looked in the distance. He muttered, I am a heaven chosen. His state of mind sublimated as he felt the shackles in his mind lifted. From now on, he knew his Tao journey would be smoother. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.